bom dia a todas e a todos. Vamos dar início ao nosso evento, o primeiro Oceanic Renewables Summit em Portugal, o primeiro da sua edição. Eu gostava só de vos dar as boas-vindas a todas e a todos e passava diretamente a palavra ao Sr. Ministro do Ambiente, Dr. Eduardo Cordeiro, para fazer a primeira introdução.
Muito bom dia a todas e a todas. Eu quero cumprimentar o Presidente da APREN, o Pedro Amaral Jorge, e agradecer-lhe a iniciativa, a realização deste Oceanic Renewables Summit e o papel que tem desempenhado em Portugal na dinamização de todo este setor das renováveis. Portugal assumiu metas muito ambiciosas de descarbonização do país e pretende antecipar para 2026 o objetivo de alcançar 80% de fontes renováveis na produção de eletricidade. O Plano Nacional de Energia e Clima 2030, que se encontra em revisão, irá incorporar a antecipação destas metas, incorporar também as expectativas de crescimento da procura, tendo em conta as variedíssimas manifestações de interesses, de investimentos que temos em Portugal, em vários domínios com necessidade da produção de energias renováveis, em particular na área do hidrogênio, nomeadamente em Sines. Na sua versão atual, o Plano Nacional de Energia e Clima 2030 prevê a instalação de 300 megawatts de eólica offshore até 2030. O Governo assumiu a ambição de atingirmos uma meta muito ambiciosa, de 10 gigawatts até 2030, através de procedimentos concursais. Só aqui temos uma perspectiva de alteração muitíssimo significativa do nosso Plano Nacional de Energia e Clima. E não faltará procura, uma vez que são muitos os players internacionais que nos apresentaram informalmente o seu interesse em participar em leilões offshore e, em alguns casos, em consórcio. O Grupo de Trabalho Interministerial, que junta às áreas governativas da energia, do mar, das infraestruturas, apresentou em setembro do ano passado o relatório com a proposta preliminar das áreas especializadas, que esteve em audiência pública até 10 de março. E terá de apresentar, até ao final deste mês, um relatório com contributos e recomendações que correspondam aos objetivos já elencados. Com base na proposta preliminar das áreas especializadas e nos contributos recebidos, decorre o processo de elaboração do plano de afetação, que, após aprovação, integrará o plano de situação de ordenamento do espaço marítimo a aprovar em Conselho de Ministros. A capacidade de 10 gigawatts de eólica offshore será leiloada de forma faseada a partir de 2023. O faseamento pretende, por um lado, responder às expectativas de aumento da procura de eletricidade, por outro lado, tirar partido da redução de custo que se espera decorrente da curva de aprendizagem associada ao desenvolvimento de parques eólicos offshore baseados em tecnologia flutuante. A instalação de parques eólicos offshore flutuantes está ainda sujeita a um processo de amadurecimento e otimização face aos baixos volumes instalados mundialmente, cerca de 120 megawatts. Espera-se que, com o aumento da capacidade instalada e o inevitável amadurecimento tecnológico e logístico deste tipo de centro eletroprodutor, o preço possa baixar. Estima-se que tenhamos preços mais competitivos quando a capacidade instalada, em termos globais, atingir os 10 a 25 gigawatts. E a estratégia de faseamento de leilões, prosseguida por Portugal, permitirá tirar partido desta curva de aprendizagem. Nos 10 gigawatts que referi, em Portugal, o investimento deve situar-se, de forma muito, números de aproximação estimativas muito grosseiras, entre 30 a 40 mil milhões de euros de investimento. É uma estimativa que fazemos no Ministério do Ambiente de um valor global de 60 mil milhões de euros de investimento que consideramos que corresponde a todos os investimentos que nós temos identificado no setor energético português até 2030. Uma avaliação baseada em objetivos estabelecidos nos vários planos e que enquadram as políticas de transição energética e de descarbonização do setor energético. Relembro que, tendo em conta a potência instalada no final de 2022, o cumprimento das atuais metas do Plano Nacional de Energia e Clima exigem um aumento da capacidade eólica onshore em cerca de 3,4 gigawatts e o reforço da capacidade fotovoltaica em 6,4 gigawatts. Hoje já sabemos que provavelmente teremos capacidade superior a esta. O Governo está Igualmente, a formalizar a Zona Livre Tecnológica de Energias Renováveis offshore e nearshore, a localizar em Viana do Castelo, destinada ao estabelecimento de projetos de inovação e desenvolvimento para a produção de energia elétrica a partir de energias renováveis de fonte ou localização oceânica. A delimitação destas zonas esteve em consulta pública até 13 de fevereiro e a sua formalização deverá concretizar-se no início, durante o ano de 2023. Senhoras e senhores, sabemos bem das preocupações que as comunidades pescatórias manifestam quanto a potenciais ameaças de projetos eólico offshore em relação à sua atividade. E também dos alertas de ambientalistas sobre questões dedicadas à fauna e ao seu equilíbrio. É evidente que devem e serão considerados cuidadosamente no âmbito da discussão pública e em todas as fases de planeamento e desenvolvimento dos parques eólicos offshore. Mas há também evidência de que o desenvolvimento dos parques eólicos offshore podem exercer efeitos positivos na biodiversidade e na restauração de ecossistemas degradados, incluindo a introdução de novos habitats, efeitos artificiais de recifes e um efeito de reserva de pesca em que a fauna marinha tende a agregar-se. Por exemplo, no Mar do Norte, os parques eólicos offshore foram concebidos para fornecer habitats artificiais de recifes e apoiar a restauração de fundos de ostras planas. No entanto, é de notar que isto pode, por sua vez, levar a maior atração de aves marinhas para a área do parque eólico. É por isso preciso sublinhar a necessidade de uma abordagem integrada de ecossistema que tem presente o nexo entre o clima, o oceano e a biodiversidade. E ter uma visão holística das políticas e medidas adotadas em diversos sentidos. Contribuir para a mitigação de gases com efeito estufa vai ser determinante o desenvolvimento da energia eólica offshore. Ter em conta que os oceanos constituem o maior sumidor de dióxido de carbono e que o seu excesso é a principal causa da acidificação do oceano. Considerar as alterações climáticas, a perda de biodiversidade, a poluição marinha e a acidificação dos oceanos como impactos cumulativos no desenvolvimento destes projetos. A necessidade de planeamento espacial marinho tem dupla função: reforçar a resiliência dos ecossistemas e atenuar os referidos impactos cumulativos. Portugal é o quarto país da União Europeia com maior percentagem de renováveis na produção de eletricidade e o quinto com maior percentagem de renováveis no consumo final de energia. Fomos pioneiros no mercado eólico offshore flutuante. O Wind Float Atlantic é o primeiro parque eólico flutuante semi-submersível do mundo. Cerca de 80% do potencial eólico offshore encontra-se em águas com profundidades superiores a 60 metros, nas quais apenas a tecnologia flutuante é viável. Os mercados offshore têm um elevado potencial de desenvolvimento económico e social das zonas costeiras, associado à localização de proximidade de atividades industriais, de assemblagem e de logística, bem como de serviços especializados de engenharia, para os quais é fundamental o adequado desenvolvimento das infraestruturas portuárias. As fontes de energia renovável offshore, em particular a eólica, são reconhecidas no plano internacional como tendo o mais vasto potencial por explorar, devendo assumir um papel central na transição energética dos países e zonas costeiras. Em 2021, o mercado mundial eólico offshore atingiu uma capacidade cumulativa de cerca de 56 gigawatts, dos quais 21 foram instalados nesse ano. Os parques eólicos offshore flutuantes são ainda uma realidade emergente, totalizando em 2021 os já referidos 121 megawatts instalados mundialmente, dos quais 78 no Reino Unido e 25 em Portugal. Existe à escala mundial um aumento exponencial de interesse no eólico offshore flutuante, esperando-se que esta tecnologia venha a representar cerca de 8% da capacidade do setor em 2030. Em Portugal, sabemos bem qual é que é a nossa missão para aproveitar os nossos recursos endógenos e não deixaremos de impulsionar e acelerar a afirmação de energias e gases renováveis. Significam que não teremos dependência, ou diminuiremos a nossa dependência energética. Sabemos que também permitem reforçar o mercado interno europeu de energia, são fonte de criação de riqueza, de criação de postos de trabalho qualificados, são uma grande oportunidade de desenvolvimento do nosso país. E nós não vamos conseguir, obviamente, atingir todos os nossos objetivos sem um grande envolvimento da comunidade económica e científica, desde logo todos os produtores e exportadores de referência. Desejo-vos uma ótima conferência, convictos que será muito útil para o desenvolvimento dos vários projetos que temos em mente. Muito obrigado e bom dia.
Vamos então dar início ao primeiro painel desta conferência. O primeiro painel chama-se então a meta de 10 gigawatts de eólica offshore e a legislação portuguesa. E vamos contar com Carlos Martin, CEO da Blue Float Energy, Christian Shrimp, Director Offshore Development Europe da RWE, Sérgio Pinar, Head of Energy Markets and Regulation da Ocean Winds, Alexandre de Marichalar, Director for Offshore Wind Iberia da Total Energies, Javier Garcia, Director Offshore Business Europe da Iberdrola, Dorleta Marina, Country Manager Espanha e Portugal da Simply Blue Group, e esta sessão será moderada por Bruna Azevedo Rodrigues, partner da Abreu Advogados.
So, good morning, everyone. Thank you for joining us. If you don't mind, this session, this panel will be in English, given that all our members, well, some of our members of this panel speak Portuguese, but not all. So we have already, Diogo already introduced you, the members of the panel, so I would invite you to check their profiles, either on the app or on the program that is available on APREN's website, and then of course network during coffee break or lunchtime. But because there's many of us, we don't have much time, perhaps we could just jump straight to the talking points. So the idea is to talk about of the Portuguese regulation. Obviously, we don't want to bore to death the audience with specific details about planning, maritime planning, onshore planning, or environmental or sector law in Portugal. The idea is to discuss with you what you think, I mean, at least in major trends, or what would be the major guidelines for the Portuguese framework going forward for this sector. So the first question that I have, and I would probably start with Dorleta and then we revert the order, is it is expected that the maritime areas, each area corresponding to a given capacity in terms of megawatts, and the access to the grid will be put to auction. So these are the assumptions. What do you consider to be the best model for these auctions? Auction the access to the seabed and grid capacity altogether and at once, at the same time, or have split these and auction first access to seabed, and then within, let's say, a time frame of 1-2 years, auction the access to the grid separately. What do you think would be the best model?
It would be important is first that the government sets a system that de-risks projects as much as possible. So in that sense, we believe it would be like a better option to go and have site security and grid connection at the same time. I mean this because, like, if you are only awarded with site security, you have this guarantee that you're going to be able to install your moorings, your foundations, your turbines, but still you have this uncertainty about what would you do with the produced energy. So we believe, like, in order to give developers a more like reliable and let's say certain scenario, it would be better to have like both at the same time. Regarding administrative issues, we believe that it is also very important that we reduce as much as possible the administrative burden. This is, our approach would be to set as much aspects as possible in one single phase and try to avoid splitting it into several ones.
Thank you. Javier.
Okay, thank you, Bruno. Bon dia, and thank you for the invite. I think that it's important to consider when speaking about development of the offshore wind in a country, which are the technologies we are speaking about. Yeah, mostly in Portugal we are speaking about floating, and the uncertainties related to the technology and and all the development required in parallel in terms of supply chain, logistics, and infrastructure are requiring a deep work that is being progressed in Portugal that will make to have the best conditions to have the best possible prices for the technology. So at this regard, probably the model that Norway is following, that you start awarding sites and you give some time to promoters to mature the sites, to investigate the sites, to secure the most competitive sites in terms of having the best possible price for electricity. Probably is giving also more time to all the stakeholders to get ready for the moment of calling for competition for the tariff. Yeah? So from my side, I think that the approach of first sites put their own competition for the tariff, I am thinking in contract for difference, yeah? Like possibly the most interesting solution for the sector that Wind Europe also is pushing also for contract for difference. So the association, I mean, all the industry in Europe is pushing for contract for difference. So maybe first step for maturing the sites, and then when everything is more clear and more visibility about the project is secure, call for a competition for the tariff.
And before passing the word to Alexandra, just one question. And that would be the companies to do, so the developers to do that, or would you expect that to be done by local or central government? The preliminary study of the sites.
I think that the centralized model is simpler and is easier to keep control about the development of the sites. Yeah? In an early stage, if you want to have a quick startup, probably promoters submitting their own projects can be making everything easier, okay? But the transfer from, let's say, this open door procedure to the centralized model could be having some difficulties in terms of development costs, how to compensate promoters. So it's something to consider and balance. In the end, I think each country needs to have a clear program of which are the energy demands for the next years, how to develop the offshore site. PSOEM now is progressing in Portugal, how the grid is matured, how everything is built. And we need to be aware that there are countries that are signing on the contracts for the delivery of substations for the next 8 years. Yeah? The Netherlands, for example, is awarding all the contracts for huge amounts of capacity. So everything needs to be put in place, and I think that considering the global picture, defining the most suitable. So answering to you, I mean, centralized probably is the easiest way of keeping under control the development of the pipeline. But if a quick start is required, probably projects by owners are required.
Apologies, Alexandra. I just wanted to develop that thing to understand exactly the point of Javier. Alexandra, in your view and Total, what you think? Or...
Thank you, Bruno. Thank you for inviting Total Energies to this panel. So, well, linking to the latest proposal from Javier, I agree that when the ambition is so high as 10 gigawatts that Portugal has announced, a centralized model probably is the most optimal. And at the end, site blocking on open door process could lead at the end to a big load of concurrence in the organized model, meaning that the market is already populated. And if I understand correctly, the open door process as well end up in a public consultation step with other bidders can attend. So at the end, you end up in a competition. So it's better to have that competition clear from the beginning in the areas. So that's to reply to the centralized model versus decentralized. In relation to the grid connection, of course, there are pros and cons for both models. When I landed to the Portuguese case, what I understand in relation to the grid development for Portugal, what is being announced by REN, by the TSO, is that the grid will be developed based on the areas. I think is capital, it is key that the grid planning is communicated early to the bidders, because it is true that we have in Portugal 90% plus will be floating sites. However, there will be as well possibility to development some bottom fixed sites could be developed on the short run. For short-time developments, I think it's key that the evacuation nodes are secure in an early stage. Less than a year ago, management from REN said in the APREN summit that offshore wind will have to compete with large projects in onshore. There is as well proposal for large projects in solar, and at the end, evacuation nodes by the coastal areas are the same. So considering short-term deliverable and competition with onshore, my opinion is that the grid security is key for the developers to secure the finance. And yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Sergio.
Well, in this question, I'm linking the grid connection to the remuneration. So here I'm talking on two models. No, the first model is giving everything at once, so the seabed lease, the grid connection, and the remuneration, or in two stages. First the seabed lease, and then the grid connection and the remuneration. So, and I'd say that both models can work if they are properly defined. And they can work because there are best practices in other countries using each model. No? So, for example, in France, they give everything at once. So they provide the seabed lease, the grid connection, and the remuneration at once. And in the UK, they do this in two stages. No? And so both models work because they were able to develop the offshore wind industry in these two countries. So for me, the main risk of giving everything at once is that if there is a long period between the award and the financial close of the projects, the developer faces a lot of macroeconomic risks, no? Because, yeah, the interest rates, CPI, raw materials, they can go up and down, and if the remuneration is locked back in time, then the developer cannot face the increases in costs. And well, we saw this issue in Massachusetts, no? And we see that projects that were awarded with a seabed lease and remuneration back in 2018, now they are facing costs of 2023 with the interest rates and the raw materials of 2023, but they have revenues of 2018. So yeah, they are struggling with this. This can be solved, and in France what they do to solve this is indexing the remuneration. So the tariff is indexed with the indices, and they try to replicate the fluctuations of these macroeconomic indices in the cost. So yeah, actually in France it works, and the hedge effectiveness of the tariff, the system they have is quite good.
It can be done either through make clauses or having a base case or indexes. It's manageable. What you need is to think ahead and obviously include that in the scheme. Otherwise, you will need to be doing it afterwards, or you don't have a project.
Exactly. So what they do is they ask the developers for their cost indexation, and they try to replicate it. Yeah. So they hedge the profitability of the projects. That's
the advantage.
And it is symmetrical, so it goes both ways. So if the macroeconomic indices they go down, then the tariff is reduced.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, well, given that both approaches work if they are properly defined, my first choice would be in two stages. So following the UK model, because with this model, the developer can de-risk the site. No? It has some time to de-risk the site. And then when it is de-risked, then the developer gets the grid connection, the remuneration, and takes financial close. So, and again, I'm repeating what Javier said before. For me, the approaches, if they are well-defined, both are okay. What is important is having the point of interconnection ready and the grid upgrades ready to absorb this new capacity from the offshore wind projects.
Christian.
Yeah, thank you, Bruno, for the invitation. So I have a very clear preference. This is a one-stop, a centralized CFD auction all in once. Of course, you're right. As long as it's well defined, both models can work. And this is actually quite an important topic. It needs to be, either way, it needs to be well defined. There is no rush to rush into any premature regime now. We better get this right from the start and accept whatever slight delays in the auction process here. So it needs to be well defined. But I clearly prefer a one-stop shop because I think one of the key factors to get this floating industry kick-started is investment certainty for the subsequent supply chain in the infrastructure. And you can only get an early investment certainty for these parts of the value chain if you award a viable CFD upfront and don't go in the two-step approach, because the real investment certainty is only there once you have the route to market, right? I, by the way, totally agree it needs to be an indexed CFD, otherwise it's not a viable route to market. But if this is an indexed one, I strongly believe in a one-stop regime.
Thank you. Carlos.
Bon dia, good morning everyone, and thanks for the invitation. I agree that the relevant discussion is a discussion between one stage and two stages, a single stage including the CFD, or two stages including lease and then CFD. So that is really the relevant discussion, and probably one of the most important and difficult decisions to be made by any government when launching offshore wind. I also agree that both models can work, but what is important is to consider that for them to work, especially for the one-stop shop to work, there's some requisites that need to be in place. I agree that there are some risks once you get awarded that can be somehow hedged, but something that cannot be hedged is the site assessment. In order to place a reliable bid into one of these tenders, when it comes to CFD price, you need to have good and reliable wind measurements. You need to have good and reliable geophysical investigation. You need to have time to prepare for getting at least indicative bids from the supply chain, understanding how the supply chain can work, how it could be developed, and so on and so forth. In those countries where this model was implemented, like France or the Netherlands, it is the government who has taken the role of de-risking the project, installing a floating LiDAR, conducting site investigation, and so on and so forth. It's complex, it takes time, it's expensive, and it's something that can be done but requires significant resources, also human capital resources, which is a key bottleneck not only for our developers, but even more so for the administration. So if any country like Portugal wanted to go this route, it will first have to invest in all these studies. The risk is that if you don't, you have developers bidding. In the best case scenario, they will be conservative because they don't have information, in which case prices will go up. In the worst case scenario, there will be a crazy guy submitting a very low bid without having information about the site and having a high risk of trapping its fingers and realizing eventually that the project cannot be profitable. So it is a very important decision, and if a given government wants to go for the one-stop shop, it needs to be ready to make those investments, to take the time to conduct those studies, and probably any tender will be delayed if you want to do things the proper way for 2 or 3 years. We are supportive of the alternative option of 2 stages. What are the advantages? It can be launched relatively fast because the seabed lease auction is much more simple to launch. You don't need so much preparatory work. Our suggestion would be to award as many areas as possible to keep competition for the second round, for the CFD, and to make sure, like Javier was commenting, to have as low a price as possible, because that's what we all want to make this business sustainable over time. and then give the certainty to the developers being awarded these zones that they have exclusivity on those zones, and that justifies those investments in site assessment, in wind measurement, geophysical, so that they can make that investment and be ready for the CFD auction eventually in 2 or 3 years' time. That's our view.
Just a couple of questions regarding this. Regarding the two-step, if we look at markets like the UK, where you have the grid and everything is there, you obviously can de-risk the first stage because you know that at the end of the day you will be able to connect. When you don't have a grid yet and you don't have the infrastructure and you're not certain whether or not you will be able to connect, wouldn't it make, well, first of all, extremely competitive, and I would expect no one to be willing to bear really high development costs in trying to secure seabed if you still don't know whether or not you will be able to have a project that you can connect. Wouldn't it make it too competitive in a way that we would end up with a lot of seabed being awarding to many developers, many players, some of which will not be able to develop the project, cannibalizing resources and making it a bit of a mess at the end of the day? Or is it something that makes sense or not?
So,
no, it's for everyone. According to your experiences.
Let me try to give our perspective there. At the end of the day, what you observe in those markets like the UK is that the grid is, of course, critical, but for the good and for the bad, these offshore wind developments take significant time. So there's also significant time for the government and for the grid operator to plan and build the capacity which is needed to deliver the projects that are awarded. That is exactly what is happening in the UK. First, the seabed lease was awarded. Now, the National Grid is conducting the so-called holistic network design to be able to allow those projects to deliver and to be connected on time. So we don't see a conflict there. At the end of the day, by providing the seabed lease and having those projects being developed, you give a signal on where you need to have the grid developed to secure those sites. No?
So the following step would be to make sure that there is available grid there and capacity to connect those projects. Otherwise, we would be awarding seabed for nothing. Now, second question, regarding the remuneration schemes for this type of projects. If we look at European benchmark, the practice we basically have, we know that according to EU law, we no longer can have feed-in tariffs. What we have basically is either CFDs or PPAs. Based on your experiences, what would be the best, if any, or scenario for Portugal? Should we go for just one? Should we have a combination of both? What are your views on this? And now trying to make this more equitable, I would start perhaps with Sergio, and then we go from here.
Well, here, for this question, I will start by briefly touching upon the European Commission market design proposal. There, they propose to foster optionality to developers, so allow developers to choose their best route to market by combining CFDs, PPAs, and spot and forward markets. I think this is a good proposal for mature technologies. So this is a very good proposal for onshore wind, solar PV, and bottom fix. And actually, we have a success case in Moray West project. This is a project in the UK. And we recently took financial close with a revenue mix combining PPAs, CFDs, and the power markets. But this is because bottom fix in the UK is very competitive, and it can compete with other technologies, with onshore PV and with onshore and solar PV. So we were able to sign PPAs and get financial close. But I mean, floating is not there yet, so it's not so mature. So optionality for floating makes no sense. because I mean, it can have optionality, but at the end, it will need CFDs. I think all of us here are sure that eventually that will not be needed, and floating will also benefit from this optionality, but not today. And actually, I'm saying that today this is possible for bottom fixed, but 10 years ago, this was not possible for bottom fixed either. No? 10 years ago, the first CFD auctions, well, first they were 100% CFDs, and the first auctions were at around 200 euros per megawatt hour. And now, thanks to these CFDs, because we think these CFDs were the enablers of the boost of the bottom fix, and now, the CFDs went from 200 to 45 euros today. So, and in fact, well, this is not only because of Portugal, this is because of floating, because if we look at the leading floating markets, again, UK and France, they are giving 100% CFDs to floating projects. No? So in the UK, floating compete in a different pot of versus onshore solar PV bottom fix. And well, they have target strike price of 140, 150 pounds per megawatt hour. And in France, the next floating project is South Brittany, and here, well, the target price, well, they are targeting a price for the CFD of 130, 140 euros per megawatt hour. So, again, floating will get there, but it is not today. So I think the CFDs will be needed to start developing floating wind in Portugal at this stage.
Okay. Alexandra.
Yes. Well, landing the case for Portugal, being Portugal mostly a floating market, it's currently and considering CODs by 2030, 2031, 2032, still floating is far from it a green parity, meaning that the technology still needs to be subsidized. Even at commercial scale, I want to point this out. I agree CFDs are the most common and the most optimal mechanism that we see now in most major markets. It's true that CFDs are not black and white, they are not all the CFDs the same, so there are ways to structure CFDs. What we consider relevant is the CFD gives the developer, the asset owner, the flexibility enough to adapt to the market behavior, considering the lifetime of the asset is 30 plus years, even though the CFD will be given for a limited period of years. When I talk to flexibility, I talk, for example, considering the technology maturity, so that there will be a coefficient that is not considering the same level of price for bottom fixed and floating, exit windows, definition of minimum hours, maximum hours, ownership of certification of origin. So as I say, we must be careful to say that all CFDs works. There are several aspects that will define what is a good CFD for a specific market. In addition to that, I think it's always positive to give the asset owners the flexibility and the freedom to combine alternative market routes on the long run. I'm not talking just at the time the CFD is awarded, but 10 years after, 15 years after the asset is in operation. Combination to, for example, ownership of the electrons, to alternative business models, and so on and so forth. And yes, summarizing, yes, I will say commercial projects, floatings, CFDs, well structured with enough flexibilities and exit windows.
And before passing the word to Javier, first of all, if we go for a CFD structure, for how long should we have the CFD? What would be the period before we go to merchant? Mm-hmm. And second, should we have the possibility of at least part of the electricity being basically sold under a PPA and not all delivered subject to the CFD, so have any kind of flexibility here, so that depending on the spot That could consist of basically not an incentive, at least not, it's more a policy-driven incentive based on the conditions of the market, but not exactly an incentive that was a secured revenue stream for the project, but being able to, until a certain percentage of your generation, being able to not sell it under a CFD, but actually sell it on spot or otherwise, whatever. But have a combination of both the CFD and the possibility to resort to PPA. Would this make any sense? Mm-hmm. So just adding an extra layer, sorry, to my initial question.
I think that I agree with you mentioned previously. I mean, unfortunately, floating is not mature enough and is not in a position to do competition with other technology in terms of PPAs. So I think for floating, we need to focus on two-sided contract for differences. Yeah. But I think that this can be something that compatible with PPAs, yeah, as a potential upside in order to give maximum value for the project. Because in the end, this is beneficial or it's a benefit for financing the project, for the supply chain. So I think it's something that is beneficial for everyone, and even at local level. Yeah, I mean, you can develop more. You can develop a stronger industrial policy, engage better with local stakeholders. I think that all the compatibility of different uses is something that needs to be considered. I mean, fishermen is an important activity in Portugal. Environmental topics are key. We can add value to military services. So all this needs to be considered together. But answering to your question, I think that two-sided contract for difference, 15, 20 years, as longer as most stable, the best in order to secure financing and has the most, to have the most advantage financing conditions, and making compatible this with PPAs. I think that's something that can work and can support the development of the technology.
Yeah, I absolutely agree, and we are open to have like this kind of combination between CFDs and PPAs. Still, I think that our technology is too expensive to compete with others in terms of PPAs, and we don't have to forget that normally these PPAs are like small contracts, like around maybe 100 megawatts and so on. In Iberblue Wind, we are like trying to develop like bigger projects, so that will imply having to sign like several contracts, which again adds like more administrative work and doesn't make things simple. Regarding the technology maturity that Javier and the others were mentioning, we still need to have like a mechanism of support. Other technologies, PV, fixed offshore wind and onshore wind, have already had this kind of mechanisms until those technologies have been economically viable. So why would we us like benefiting from this kind of supports? And we have seen this in other tenders, in other markets. CFDs allow competition. CFDs allow reducing prices and costs. So we shouldn't be like reinventing the wheel. Regarding the period of time for which a CFD should be running, I agree that 15, 20 years would be like a good period of time. I believe this gives a guarantee to the investor, to the developer, for that period of time, and we don't have to forget that in the end this is like again trying to have the developer covered, and at the end of the day we are making like big decisions and big investments, so having this kind of guarantees give us like the support that we need to take those decisions.
Thank you. Carlos.
Well, at the end of the panel is that there's already many good ideas shared, so I subscribe what has been commented already. We're talking about costs and support for these schemes. And before I go into the question, I think it's important also to take some perspective. Yeah, floating wind still has to go through a certain level of maturity, but at that point I'd like to share is that when fixed bottom had the same level of or amount of installed capacity as floating wind today, costs were significantly higher. So we're starting from a lower starting point, and costs will go down. I think we're all convinced about that. The evidence shows that costs will go down quickly, and I'm pretty sure Portugal will play a key role in this, just like it has done in the past in developing floating wind technology, especially with the Wind for Atlantic project. CFDs are needed for that. It's the proven mechanism in Europe. It's a very effective mechanism. But I would like to emphasize one idea that has been mentioned, which is the flexibility and the combination with PPAs. And I would like to give an example about one market that has been fast and effective in developing offshore wind, Taiwan. It was the first market in Asia to allow or to promote a corporate PPA for an offshore wind farm. And that was thanks to a rule that allows CFD winners to use that CFD in a very flexible and effective manner. Any developer having a CFD can very flexibly move out and back into that CFD as needed if they find a good PPA in the market. That allows for signing PPAs which might be shorter in time, which might be smaller than what you need to justify a whole investment. And it gives quite a good visibility for investors to pursue these investments, because they can have a base case with the CFD and upside with PPA. It's also a way to save money to taxpayers, because at the end of the day, all the years and amount of power you're selling through a PPA does not go to the CFD. So there's good examples to learn from, and I think flexibility is probably the key word here.
And it definitely facilitates financial close of those projects, for sure, because it de-risks substantially, and also de-risks, as you were saying, not de-risks, it basically reduces the impact for consumers in support of those CFDs. So why not go for such an option now that we're thinking about how to design the market and how to design the schemes? Christian.
Last in the row, this time we all seem to agree, so not much to add from my side. I like the flexibility a lot, but like you, I don't think it will play a big role in floating in the next few years. So clearly, my key takeaway there is not going to be a competitive PPA for floating anytime soon, so we will heavily rely on a proper two-sided indexed CFD scheme. Optionality or flexibility, as you call it, is great. We've seen this very successfully being applied in a few circumstances. The UK is another example where we ourselves contracted huge PPAs out in complementary fit with the CFD. But it's not going to be a big topic for floating anytime soon, is my belief.
Because we still have time, perhaps I'll just to tease you with something, because we are discussing this. These projects will be curtailed at any given point in time. This will be subject to curtailment. How can we hedge that? Based on these remuneration schemes, should we be thinking about that now? Should we be considering that? Is it something, because at the end of the day, I mean, the strike will be an assessment based on the risk analysis that each of the companies will make. And should we be considering that? Should we be discussing that now that we are designing the market? Should we be raising that question? What can be done to hedge it? Because this obviously hugely affects not only the financial performance, the financial modeling of the project, but will eventually affect the strike when we get to the CFDs and when we need to bid for that. So what are your views on this? And now I will start with Carlos.
So obviously visibility over the revenue stream is critical, and curtailment could be part of that. As a consideration for energy planning, I think it's important to keep in mind that offshore wind and floating wind has some benefits which are sometimes not so evident on CFD prices. Like Javier was commenting, it's important to take into consideration all the benefits that a technology can provide. And offshore wind has this capacity of providing a semi-base load type of supply. Much more stable, much more predictable, and in a market where solar is aimed to play a major role, which is already playing a major role today, having the complementarity of a technology that together with solar matches more or less demand is something that has a very strong benefit. That is an argument to provide that visibility, which comes not only from market curtailment, but also a very important one, which links to the first question about grid connection. The legislation in Portugal today mandates REN, the grid operator, to build the offshore infrastructure. Having visibility on the timing of that, of the availability of that interconnection, on the performance of that interconnection is equally important. And it's something we have seen in other markets playing a key role on market development, on attracting investment, and on securing lower costs for offshore wind, because you have more visibility, more predictability on your revenue stream, and as a consequence, you can negotiate better financing and propose lower costs for CFD.
Adding just an extra level on that, given that the EU Commission opened the possibility and is actually advising to have not only price as a criteria for the award of these auctions, so let's not just price in bidding to the bottom. And there is an idea of adding at least 30% of non-price criteria to these auctions. What would be, based on your experience, you are experienced developers and you have been taking part in other projects, other jurisdictions, what do you think should be the non-price criteria, and what are the best practices that you have seen? And I would now, Norlet, I would pass the word to you, and then we meet at the middle.
Okay. So I'll try to be brief because I'm conscious of the time. But like
I think we started a bit late, so perhaps we have 5 minutes buffer.
I'll do my best. So, like for us, for IPA Blue, the most important thing would be to have measurable criteria, so that we can have like an auditable process. That would be like the first part. Regarding like specific examples, we would appreciate that proposals that have like a multi-use of the sea within them should be valuable. At the end of the day, as developers, we are like occupying big areas of the ocean, so having like the possibility within our proposals to install different technology solutions and non-technological solutions, such as aquaculture, for example, should be like something that should be valued by the process. A second criteria that I would like to mention is early engagement and with stakeholders and civil society, like trying to open lines of dialogue with them, letting them know our plans with our projects, but at the same time giving them the floor to tell us their interests, their doubts, and their concerns. We have already started with that kind of actions. Last week were in Viana do Castelo, where we organized an event together with the municipality, where we had like in the audience like several profiles of different stakeholders that they had their time to share with us their impressions and their interests. And finally, I would like to also mention that for us it would be like very important to have a criteria of preparedness of the projects. A criteria that measures the advance of the projects regarding different milestones, such as having started with environmental campaigns or environmental procedures, and why not with some industrialization plans.
Thank you. Christian.
Thank you. So, I mean, first of all, I would like to emphasize your first point, because this is the most important point. It needs to be well designed. in my opinion, no one has ever gotten it right so far. It needs to be clearly measurable and objective criteria. That's the key to everything. Personally, I do think that these non-price criteria are extremely important and are going to be our day-to-day business going forward. I have a preference to have those criteria as a pre-qualification criteria as opposed to distinctive criteria in the price auction itself, because it's going to drive up the prices, the LCOE. Eventually, we've seen this in the Netherlands. So I have a slight preference to have these non-price criteria as an entry option, almost as a license to operate or license to participate in the auction before we get to the price auction. But if we talk about...
So basically it's having a pre-qualification stage, and then only those companies that, or those bidders that would pre-qualify
tick those boxes,
would take part.
yeah, exactly.
Okay.
In terms of the criteria itself, for me there are three main, let's say, families, main generic criteria. This is, one is economic sustainability as the big one. System integration as an overarching topic is the second one. And thirdly, I will call it local footprint, community benefits. And what I mean by this is support of the local communities, creation of local jobs, of local supply chain, and also, obviously, last not least, fisheries. That is, those three key criteria should be tackled in any non-price, let's say, auction scheme.
Javier.
Well, I think from my side, I think it's important to insist on the strengthening of developers in order to have maximum guarantees of the development of the projects. I mean, technical guarantees, financial guarantees, I think it's important to secure. I think that all topics related to supply chain, local content, engagement with local concerns, I think Portugal is having a huge and important fishing industry that needs to be considered very carefully in all the discussions and to be involved in all the discussions, because I think that there are a lot of knowledge and a lot of lessons learned that they can share with us in order to protect and to maximize the value of the seas. Yeah? The strength of the business plan, the robustness of the business plan, all these topics I think are important to be considered. Yeah. Other topic for discussion, Christian, is about system integration. Yeah, I mean, it's making sense to include hydrogen electrolyzers in an offshore wind farm that is a huge, expensive system, increasing the cost of the energy, when in the end we want just to produce cheap electricity. Yeah, and probably the management of the system, the most suitable company to perform is the TSO. Yeah, the TSO knows very well the restrictions in the grid, the restrictions in the market, how to deal with this, how to do storage. It's very specific of each country. So that's something that I think it's for another 1 hour discussion. Yeah,
and we only have 2 minutes. So
yeah.
Sergio and Alexandra,
yeah, well,
you both have 2 minutes.
I think these non-price criteria are a very powerful tool for regulators, energy planners, and TSOs to solve the specific needs and challenges that they have in their markets. So we encourage them, the regulators and the energy planners, to use this because it is very powerful. Looking at best practices, I'd say that the most advanced non-price criteria can be seen in the Netherlands. And there, what we can learn from them is that they adapted these non-price criteria as their market evolved. No? And this is in line with a comment from Javier. They didn't start with system integration. No? So at the beginning, they sought for delivery. No, they wanted to start up the offshore industry in the Netherlands. So first, they sought for experience and making sure that the developers could deliver the projects and start the industry. Then they they look at the curtailment and non-dispatchability of these projects, and that's why they started thinking on system integration in a later stage. Then they look at ecology, circular economy, and now they are thinking on responsible business conduct. No?
But all measurable.
Yes.
And comparable.
So this is evolving on time. So timing is very important, and at the stage as Portugal is today, so they are starting, we are starting the industry in Portugal. And here, well, as in the Netherlands at the beginning, the most important is delivery. So I'd say that a very important non-price criteria would be the experience of the developers, their technical and financial capabilities. Because, well, not only for the delivery, but also to give, because the Portuguese industry could benefit from the best practices and their knowledge.
Just to secure competition here, we need to pass the word to Alexandre and then to Carlos, and then finish, otherwise someone will take me to the backstage and beat me up. So,
Okay.
Alexandre, please.
Last but not least, I will try to be brief. Oh, well, in Total Energies, we are defenders of a beauty context, and we believe in creating value in the project, not only financially, but all the levels and local value. And to remark here, so beauty context with guarantees. What do I mean with guarantees? Guarantees is, of course, binding criteria. We say already measurable. Measurable is that objective, and it's not based on expression of interest sign here and there, and these are really measurable, and that your commitments are followed along the asset development. Meaning is that you deviate quite a lot of your proposal, initial proposal, you get certain type of penalized. This is to avoid early speculation. In addition, fishermen's key, we think that coexistence is one of the most important beauty criteria. We have been successful in all the geographies we operate to reach agreements with the fishermen at different levels. For example, in France, we have an ongoing cooperation. It's true that there are several actors that can promise a lot at the beginning. To be sincere, floating assets and coexistence with certain type of fishing needs to be looked at carefully. And that's why I say this type of measures needs to be followed up closely by a competent team. In addition to supply chain, I mean, Total Energies, together with their partners, same as other awarded bidders, we have co-invested in supply chain in the UK. It's true that this investment in the supply chain to ensure we create the industrial value is not only done by the bidders, but as well by the administration, by the government. With this, I must say that it cannot be expected that all these criteria are only developed by the developer. Supply chain development, stakeholder management need to be co-developed with the administration, early engagement. And in general, that's my point. I will say, to remark, we are defenders of qualitative criteria with guarantees, and we are sure with Portugal administration will manage properly.
Thank you, Alexandre.
Very briefly, because we're running out of time, but I want to highlight a very important point, which is, what are we talking about? If we're talking about a two-stage process, as we are defending, and I think it's what is a natural course of action in Portugal, the first phase for the seabed lease shouldn't be a price tender. When it is, like in the US, that eventually becomes a pass-through in cost to the eventual price. And that's bad for the sector, it's bad for everybody, because it just increases the price when what we want is to have as competitive as price as possible. So the first lease tender must be based, in our opinion, 100% on non-price criteria. What is it about? It's about having experience in floating wind. Floating wind is very different from fixed bottom. Having been the project director for a project like Wind for Atlantic here in Portugal, you realize how different it is from other types of technologies. And knowing the market, knowing the local environment is super critical. So that is another factor to take into account. When it comes to the second round, to the CFD, yes, price is very important. I'm not quite of the opinion that everybody is the same. Some people have a stronger view on how to increase the integration in the local environment. So that's something where the developers need to compete as well, in my opinion. I'll leave it there because it's a long subject.
Thank you very much. I don't know if we have any time for questions from the audience. We don't. Okay. So, Thank you all for joining us. I think it was a very interesting panel. You will be around during the session, so I will invite the attendees as well to reach out to you with any questions that you have. And thank you for listening and for joining us. I wish you.
Bom, muito obrigado a todos os participantes deste painel. Vou passar já em seguida para o painel seguinte. Giles Dixon, CEO da Wind Europe.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Where is wind energy in Europe today? The blue bars are the gigawatts of wind energy installed in every country, and the red bars are the share of wind in every country's electricity mix. Wind is now 17% of all the electricity we consume across Europe. Now, nearly all of what you see here is onshore wind. To illustrate that, let's look at this map just for offshore wind. This is what it looks like. And of course, nearly all of this is bottom fixed offshore wind. But the floating is growing. Let us have a look. These are Europe's floating wind farms today, 170 megawatts now and rising. We have these four, which are proper wind farms with multiple floating turbines. Let's have a closer look at those four. This was the very first that Equinor built in Scotland. Then, of course, you came second with your own Windfloat Atlantic. We have another Scottish project. And now Equinor again are building this interesting project in Norway, where there are 11 floating turbines next to 5 oil and gas rigs. And they are providing the electricity to power the water injection. OK, where is floating going from here? Well, we all know that the ambition from governments is huge. These are the targets across Europe today. It adds up to more than 29 gigawatts. How much of this do we think is actually going to be built by 2030? This is what we have today. By the end of 2025, it is not unreasonable to anticipate that by 2030, Europe will have 10 gigawatts of floating capacity. Sorry, that was very carefully worded. Let me say something else. Wind Europe are confident that by 2030, Europe will have at least 4 gigawatts of floating offshore wind capacity. We may well have 10. What about the cost reduction? We can expect 65% reduction in levelized costs of electricity, mainly CapEx reduction. It's driven by economies of scale, optimizing the technology. By when can we expect this 65% cost reduction? By the time we have installed the first 7 gigawatts. This is about volume. It's not about time. Now, of course, the technology is still a bit of an open question. We have at least 4 competing technologies for the floating structures. We have different countries still experimenting with different technologies. We need to standardize. We also need to industrialize. This is the largest stone quarry in Europe, in a Norwegian fjord. 1/2 of this is going to be given over to the manufacturing of floating structures, with public money going in as well. They think they can make 50 floating structures a year at that facility by the end of this decade. Good. Now, these floating structures, should they be concrete? Should they be steel? The official Wind Europe industry view, ladies and gentlemen, is both are good. The performance of the two is equivalent. What will determine this is the cost, the availability of steel, and at given manufacturing facilities, how well they lend themselves to dealing with large steel structures. What is clear is that it will always be cheaper to manufacture the floating structures locally in Europe rather than importing them from outside of Europe. Where are we going to be making these floating structures then? Well, this is Port La Nouvelle on the south coast of France. Over 200 million euros has already been invested in this port to get it ready to make large numbers of floating structures every year. Then we have the port of La Coruña. Let's zone in on the inner port here, which they are targeting for the manufacturing of floating structures, and you'll be hearing from them later on today. Of course, it's not just about the ports. We need to industrialize not just the manufacturing of the floating structures, but also we need to scale up the manufacturing of the turbines themselves. You are very well placed here with your two wonderful factories on the left in Viana do Castelo from Enercon, and on the right, the Siemens Gamesa factory in Vagos. We will need much more of this. We will need to scale up the manufacturing also for these mooring cables, for the power cables, and we will need to invest in the development of the skills and workforce base. All of this calls for a very proactive industrial policy from every national government in Europe that is doing floating wind. Now, the European Union is helping here. We have these new state aid guidelines which give much more flexibility to national governments about supporting factory investments. Governments can now offer investment tax credits to support the capex. Actually, the state aid guidelines also allow governments to offer OPEX support for factory investments, provided that you can show that in the United States you'd be getting the same level of OPEX support, and we all know that the IRA offers the OPEX support, and provided also you can show that 3 member states are going to benefit from the investment. Well, your floating structures, you'll be selling them in at least 3 member states of the EU, so you can tick that box as well. So talk to the government about how they can really max out on this new flexibility from the state aid guidelines. But we need to go further than that. We need to give a reward and premium to developers that are bidding into auctions and promising to use turbines that are made in Europe. We've just heard European Union is now pushing these non-price criteria in auctions. Very good thing too. We shouldn't just decide auctions on price. It drives the race to the bottom. Let's reward the European industry for the added value they're bringing on biodiversity protection, recyclability of the equipment, and on the simple fact of whether you are supporting local economic development by having your turbines made in Europe. Now, the EU's proposal here for these non-price criteria talks about supply chain resilience. Let's define that more clearly and say you will score extra points in your auction if your turbines are going to be, quote, made in Europe, unquote. Good. Now, what about other factors when it comes to auctions? Previous panel talked a lot about this, particularly about the question, do you have one auction or 2? Do you just have the CFD auction at the end of the process, or do you auction out the seabed development rights as well? Let's see what other countries in Europe are doing here. Only the 3 blue countries are running auctions for seabed development rights. And when those 3 countries started offshore wind, they allocated the seabed development rights. No country in Europe has started its offshore wind journey yet by having auctions for seabed development rights. And our strong advice to the government of Portugal would be, don't go there. Do this through a process of central allocation. Just have the one auction, which is the CFD auction at the end of the process. Look at all those other green countries. That's how they're doing it. It's central allocation of seabed development rights with the auction coming at the end of the process. Now, 2 more things it's crucial to focus on. The first is the happy coexistence between our industrial interests and the interests of all the other actors who have a stake in the same sea space as us. Of course, the fishing community, but also the military interests, the biodiversity interests, and so on. Now, there's a good story to tell the fishermen. Their communities are going to benefit from this. Our industry is bringing new investment to their communities. We can offer services to the people with their fishing vessels, security, and so on, that keeps them in our game as well. And if there is a loss of catch, well, look what's happening elsewhere in Europe. There's usually compensation for that. Of course, there's a lot of noise, there's a lot of politics around all of this. But if well managed, this can be done successfully. And finally, explain to local communities how they are going to benefit from this. Tourist industry worried about visual impacts? Come on, guys. Towns where you have your tourism are going to benefit economically from this. This is Grimsby in the northeast of England, and the British ambassador who's here will know this used to be one of the poorest towns in Britain. It's now one of the booming centres of Britain thanks to offshore wind. So I leave you with one final question. What can you expect here in Portugal? Here's your aspirations. Are you going to manage? And there's one simple conclusion, ladies and gentlemen, which is this. Thank you for your attention.
Bom, agradeço ao Giles esta intervenção energética, para dizer o mínimo. Passo já a convidar o próximo orador para fazer a sua apresentação, Ben Backwell, CEO do Global Wind Energy Council. Obrigado.
Bom dia a todos. I'm going to go to English, even though I do speak Portuguese. It's very nice to be here, and I'm very excited to see what Portugal is doing with its very ambitious plans for offshore wind. I'm not going to speak really to the slides. I was actually listening very attentively to the last panel, and I think there were some very, very interesting points and discussions that came up. So what I'm going to try and do is really give a kind of global perspective to what I see is going on and how that impacts plans for the industry and also for Portugal and for everyone, I think, really. And really try and maybe take a bit of a nuanced view as well on some of the big challenges we're facing. I mean, first of all, to introduce GWEC, so we're the Global Wind Energy Council. We are the apex industry body for the wind industry, so we represent all the large corporates in the sector, both developers, utilities, manufacturers, technology companies. We also represent the associations in the sector, so the US Association, European Association, various national associations, particularly in the developing world, and we played a very active role in initiating and setting up markets all over the world. So the very early days of China, India, Brazil, Argentina, more recently Vietnam and Colombia, and so on and so on. And we're particularly active in offshore wind markets where we're playing a very active role in developing countries, but also OECD countries like Japan, Australia and Korea, and also increasingly helping what are mature onshore wind markets now to kind of expand into offshore markets as well. We run two kind of big initiatives around offshore wind. One is the Global Offshore Wind Alliance, which is a diplomatic alliance which was launched at COP27, and that's an alliance which is designed to raise the ambition levels among governments for offshore wind and also allow governments to have a peer-to-peer community to share experiences, best practices, and works around three specific work streams to try and accelerate the deployment of offshore wind. And the second one is the Ocean Energy Pathways, which is a technical assistance program, which is where countries do have a big offshore wind ambition. OEP can come in and help second people into government. It can help with reports. It can help with technical studies, and so on and so on. So where are we as an industry? I mean, just quickly, this is the net zero kind of implied installations that we would need to get to what the IEA and IRENA say is necessary, which is 8 terawatts of wind power by 2050, 8.3 in the IEA and 8 terawatts in IRENA. And you can see we're still quite a long way from that, but we are, even not meeting that, we are seeing quite a steep acceleration of the industry. I'm going to really whiz through this. Now, this is one I wanted to highlight. So this is really government ambition, and this is where we are. And it looks kind of slightly crazy if you look at it this way. Having said that, it's not. I mean, we have a very high annual compound growth rate for offshore. In fact, it's actually this first part which is the really challenging part. I mean, once you get to that second part and you divide it by years, it's doable. Now, do I think this is possible? Yes. Do I think it's probable? At the moment, the jury is out. And what are the challenges that we're facing? I mean, the first one is that everywhere things are just too slow. And this is really to do with government capacity to deal with things. So in many places, we have extremely high targets from governments, whether that's the European Union, individual countries like the UK, or China, or Vietnam, or Japan, or Korea. But actually getting it done is a real challenge for governments. And we can see, for instance, in the US, where they now have their own very ambitious target. They have an economic driver, which is the Inflation Reduction Act. But actually, the regulatory side of things will get complex, and is getting complex very, very fast. So how do you speed up that kind of capacity? And I mean, even just in the last couple of weeks, I mean, we've had Vietnam announce PDP-8. That includes 70 gigawatts of offshore wind just in Vietnam. I mean, these are big markets that are relying now on their power development plans on offshore wind. Can they get it done? I mean, it's kind of partly up to us in the industry, it's partly up to governments, it's partly up to international institutions. And I really wanted to just really make just a few points around this, and I think they're relevant for Portugal. My view is we're moving into a new period of growth, and the real driver for this is government ambition and the gap between climate targets and the available renewable technologies which can be deployed at scale. Offshore wind has a very privileged position. There really aren't many other alternatives out there if you want to deploy offshore wind, deploy renewables at scale, zero carbon energy at scale. The second thing is that everybody is going to be building offshore wind at the same time. So we're used to a market where the same people that I know would move from Germany to the UK or move from the UK to Taiwan and then back to Europe. That's not going to be the case anymore. Everybody is going to be building at the same time. Japan is starting to ramp up. Korea is starting to ramp up. Australia wants to move very, very quickly. Vietnam and Philippines want to move. The US needs to do 30 gigawatts by 2030. Europe increases the targets every time there's a political summit, right? So everybody's going to be building at the same time. Supply chain is not adequate as we are. And I think, looking at what Giles just spoke about, I mean, we see major supply chain challenges in this context. One, because markets are speeding up. Two, because everybody's doing it at the same time. And three, because we have increasing trade tensions and the political climate where some kind of decoupling from China is being talked about by regulators, and aggressive trade measures are being taken against China. And we did a big facility by facility deep dive into supply chain as part of our Global Wind Report this year. And our conclusion is that by 2026, you run into some fairly serious supply chain. You run into some pretty supply chain bottlenecks, both in Europe and in the US particularly. And this is a consequence really of underinvestment, particularly in the European supply chain, because of bad economics. And I don't need to tell anybody in this room that the turbine manufacturers have been losing money for the last 3 or 4 years. That's now going to change. But as a result of that, it's really only China that's been investing in a really systematic, massive way in supply chain. And I'm not just talking about turbines, I'm also talking about foundation, I'm talking about grid equipment. And I think it's really, really important that we see this coming and that we have sensible government policies and industry cooperation to try and meet these challenges. It's not going to be easy from 2026 onwards, and I'm somewhat worried about getting into some kind of dogfight over equipment. I was actually at a panel in Abu Dhabi a couple of weeks ago with a lot of people in the context of COP28, and people from some of the large grid companies were saying they're being quoted 2031 for key components. That's 2031, and I'm talking about now. And we've seen this before. I mean, we had in Germany 6 or 7 years ago major hiatus because of offshore substations. I can really see this happening again. So I think avoiding a kind of competitive dogfight over key pieces of equipment is really, really important. We need to work out the balance between incentivizing local manufacturing and building up local manufacturing, but also making sure we have enough equipment to keep things going. And then just two more I wanted to talk about. One is people and skills. We see serious bottlenecks around people and skills. And again, this is something which proactively, I think as an industry, we have a huge role to play. And the last one is around social acceptance, where we will see challenges to social acceptance in the sea, and particularly in terms of onshore grid connections as well. Those challenges, need strong government leadership on the one hand. They can't just leave the industry to kind of muddle through stakeholder engagement processes. We need strong political signals rather than kind of just launching tenders and then kind of throwing up your arms and leaving the industry to deal with it. And I think also, as Giles said, really proactively going out around biodiversity and coastal communities and how we interact with other stakeholders, I think is really, really important. We need to kind of get ahead of this. And one of the things we're doing with OEP is we're actively engaged with marine biodiversity NGOs, with relevant UN actors, with multilateral development banks, all these people that have a say around setting standards around biodiversity and quality standards in the sea. We really want to get ahead of this, make sure we're doing things in the right way, make sure we're contributing to make things better rather than make things worse in the ocean. And then I just wanted to finally just respond to some of the comments made by the panelists. I mean, I thought it was a fascinating discussion around the economics and also around this issue around one-stage markets, two-stage markets. And I think just from GWEC's point of view, there's a couple of points we'd like to make here. I mean, first of all, the economics need to be fixed. And people on the panel made the point, without things like indexation on a CFD, we're caught in a trap where even the economic models that we have seen being very successful, like the UK CFD, in our view, will no longer work effectively unless there's some kind of tweak to how they work, right? So I think indexation is one of them. We can't continue with price-only kind of race to the bottom and try to push wind prices down, particularly in an energy market where energy prices have gone up and our relative advantages to fossil fuel actually have increased. So we're actually relatively far more competitive than we were. There's no reason for Treasury departments to keep trying to push down wind and renewables prices. The other thing is around business models. I mean, I'd really like to see the wind industry be more creative around business models. I mean, I totally get the argument around government offtake, around CFDs. I think it's particularly important for things like floating to have that kind of real forward certainty. But I'd also like to see companies coming up with new business models around corporate PPAs, around power to X, and can you take some offtake from ammonia and other areas? How much market risk can you take? And this is a very live discussion. And if you look at what's happening with onshore wind, many of the tenders around the world now are undersubscribed massively, and this is what happened with the Spanish tender back late last year. Why? Because the tender prices are far lower than what you can get on market prices. Market prices are high, so you can amortize your project much quicker by taking that market risk. And I do think, and I think it's a frustration of a lot of governments and of international institutions, that the wind industry and the renewables industry needs to take a bit more risk, be a bit more adventurous, take more risk on balance sheet as well. And this is, I think, the lesson from oil and gas, is that they've always taken big positions involving some balance sheet risk. I fear that if we just wait for governments to develop one-stage power tenders, we're missing a trick. And we're not really opening the market in the right way because we're just depending on power tenders. And there's many, many places in the world where the power market in itself doesn't allow for a huge amount of offshore wind. I mean, Brazil is a good example, right? I mean, if you look at just the Brazilian power mix, there's no particular reason for them to be doing offshore wind. They have very abundant onshore wind and solar. Now, if you look at all the power that they're going to need to decarbonize their heavy industry, their exports, their fertilizers, everything else, then they definitely will need offshore wind, and it's a slightly different power profile. So I think it's really important for us to develop business models, and I think in this debate around one-stage, two-stage, what the two-stage model allows you to do in some markets is to give companies time to secure the site, to really work out their business models, to work out the resource, and then come up with their business models. Whereas if we're purely dependent on the power tender, that may not work for many markets. And the second issue around this is that governments may not have the capacity to carry out a one-stage tender, right? So it's great in Europe, and I totally agree with my colleague from RWE, it's a great model, but not everybody has that capacity. And if we had to wait every time an emerging market was going to do offshore wind for them to go out and do a fully fledged one-stage, seabed plus power, everything all included grid auction, we'll be waiting a very, very long time. So I guess my message is the private sector should and must take a very proactive role in developing new business models. We should be pushing government around things like flexibility of CFDs so that we can combine different elements of elements that give price certainty along with things like corporate PPAs and power to X, which give us more upside on the price side. So I think we just really need to get creative as an industry, and we need to go beyond just waiting for governments and government tenders. This is going to be, the next 10 years, a seller's market for equipment, and it's going to be a market where countries are competing for investment. It's not going to be just countries doing beauty contests where we all line up for a few projects. This is going to be lots of countries competing for investment, and those countries that have the most effective regulators, that have the best business models, and that allow the private sector to actually go out and grow, those are the ones that will be successful. So thank you.
Muito obrigado, Ben Bacco. Chamo já de seguida o próximo orador, Juan Virgílio Marques, da AEE, a Associação Espanhola Eólica.
Thank you, Diego. Thank you, everyone. It's a real pleasure for me to be here and to have this chance to share with you our perception and vision from the Spanish wind sector in terms of the offshore, because we think we are in front of a huge opportunity, and we have to take advantage. So my first challenge is to take the stage after Giles and after Ben, and it's something similar as I started a guitar concert after Jimi Hendrix and Eric Clapton, But anyway, I'll do my best. So first of all, I would like to start with some insights from who we are. In the Spanish Wind Power Association, we, as many of the other associations in the sector, we have our vision or mission covering more than 95% of the total activity of the sector in Spain, 100% of onshore supply chain, and more than 75% of offshore supply chain. And more than that, our obsession, because we are very obsessed in some issues that from our point of view are very, very important. First of all, supply chain, and more than that, industrial mindset. We are in the middle of a conjuncture. We are in 2023. We think this is the year for the industry to adopt brave industrial policies in Europe. And we have to change the mindset of all of us and all the population about what we want for the future and what offshore could provide us in this type of industrial mindset. About regional local partnership, for sure, we are in the same market. We have been talking to Pedro many times about this is the same market, electricity market. We are facing the same challenges in terms of supply chain, in terms of electricity prices, So we have to take the challenges ahead with the right partnerships. And Iberian Peninsula is a common environment that we must be dealt with a collaborative approach. So European leadership and local leadership is very important for us to do, because we think that we are, as I've told you, we are in the right moment to push for this kind of policies. And we have to be very sensitive about the situation that the different local communities are living about offshore. We are a bit, in terms of energy production in Spain, we are a bit rookies in offshore. We have no commercial offshore wind farm so far. But we think that we are in the first steps of a new paradigm in the global arena. We are building a new concept of energy industry and R&D that is going to be floating offshore wind. And it's going to, we have to do it well, step by step, and taking into account all the sensitiveness of all the different stakeholders that are involved in the process. So if we see the track record we have in Spain, Spain has been for many years a key player from the industrial point of view and the R&D point of view. We need a local market, Portugal too. We need the third part of the triangle to be a real player in offshore wind. But anyway, we think that we have the right strengths to move onwards. And we think that we have the right opportunity to take advantage. More than 100% of supply chain of the floating substructures, moorings, and offshore wind towers could be constructed, built in manufacturing in Iberian Peninsula. And we have also many capabilities of logistics and ports, so we are in the right positions. If we talk about the Spanish roadmap for offshore wind, we have our roadmap already approved in 2021, and with a specific goal to reach between 1 and 3 gigawatts in 2030. I think it's a reasonable size for a new market, you know. And we also have many issues about the coordination between the transmission grid planning and the different areas that are identified in the Maritime Special Planning. The Maritime Special Planning is already approved 2 months ago, although it's being appealed by the fisheries sector. So we are step by step moving towards all the different steps that are needed to comply with the goal, because our goal is to reach 2030 with 3 gigawatts. So under development, we are still working on the action design. Next slide, we will go a bit more in depth for it. We are still working about how to assure that the network is going to be ready at the right time of the action design, or the action is published. And we have to see the regulatory package, this whole regulatory package, and the public consultancy along this year. So about the auction design that the Spanish sector has been discussing, and we have been discussing also with the public administration too, I think that the approach right now, so far, is something like a hybrid tender. You know, we don't have much time. We have to comply with the goals, and if we want to comply with the 1 to 3 gigawatts in 2030, we need to do it fast, to do it well, but to do it fast. This is the main principles of the action design that we think that the government is thinking about. We have been working with the government for 2 years in this issue, and also inside the sector. And we think that it should be the best approach to reach the goal. Another different issue is that we think that to be realistic, we think also that we must de-risk the process. We must be step by step. We must take care about the situation that the industry is living right now. We must be able or take care about the situation that the different costs of the raw materials or the different delays of the different components are suffering right now. So we are a very tough period ahead of us. But anyway, we think this could be the best option to move onwards fast and secure. In terms of the capabilities that Spain has, its record in the history, we have two main also pillars of the offshore wind deployment in Spain. That first is the R&D capacity, and the sales installation, the sales infrastructure, that we have a good network for the sales, and it's a good part of the supply chain or the value chain. And besides that, we have a very good record about prototypes, mainly in floating offshore wind. You will take into account all the prototypes that are already in the market. More or less 15 of them have been designed and built by Spanish companies. So we think that the position in R&D and the position in infrastructures is good. This is the same in Portugal, I think, because as I told you, we are in the same market. We are this kind of infrastructure for R&D or testing. It could be used also from the different developments that could be inside Portugal. So we are the same body in terms of offshore wind. In terms of the industrial capabilities or capacity we have in Spain, we cover the whole supply chain, unless the nacelles, and you know that the different factories that are spread in the different parts of the country, more than 250, covering all of these pillars from R&D, consultancy services, engineering, logistics, installation on site, OEM. So we have the right strengths. We are a key player on industrial capabilities. And if we take into account that the current questions that we are hearing or listening to the sector, we are moving very fast against towards the 2030 objectives, but at the same time we have to be able to put the right supply chain capabilities at the right time. There are two different processes that must be synchronized at the time. We have to be able to deal with the social and local sensitiveness at the same time, because otherwise we are going to fail. This is a very sensitive equilibrium among different pillars that must be undertaken at the same time. So this is our strength in terms of industry. Last year we developed the white paper for offshore wind industry in Spain, trying to detect and to get the main microeconomic indicators or KPIs. And this is a huge opportunity for the country. This is a huge opportunity not only for the existing players in the country, but for new ones, and also for the local communities. This is a very clear message we repeat and repeat. We are talking about if we comply with the 1 to 3 gigawatts in 2030, we could reach more than 7,500 people, new employees. And if we move on, towards 13 gigawatts, 17 gigawatts as a potential in 2050, we could reach more than 17 employees. So this is a huge opportunity to take advantage. In terms of GDP, this is the other part of the macroeconomic indicator, is the same. We are talking about more than 2,000 million euros per year of GDP if we are able to comply with the 3 gigawatts in 2030. So it's a huge opportunity for us. It's a huge opportunity for Portugal. It's a huge opportunity for all the Iberian market. So the calendar ahead of us, the only last 2 slides. This is wishful thinking, but we are step by step. There are three main steps that are pending. First, the regulatory framework, the whole regulatory package that could be updated this year, and the new action design that could be updated and published this year. And these 2 main figures should be under public consultation along this summer this year. Okay? And we hope to see the first auction publishing our announcement, or at least at the end of the year or in the first quarter of next year. You have to take into account that in Spain we have a 2023 very political sensitive year. We have 2 different elections, one regional election and municipalities this weekend, and after that the general elections at the end of the year. So we have a very tough year to make decisions in order to promote this kind of drivers. So as a conclusion, this is the equilibrium. We have to manage how to balance all the situations in all these pillars. Otherwise, we are not going to comply. Supply chain capabilities. We can use the time if we have some delays in the permitting or the action. We have to take advantage about the supply chain capabilities, logistic, ports, all the different strengths. Planning and regulation. So the political consensus for all of them. We need a stage scenario, the energy and industrial policy that should be synchronized, the permitting process, the auction, the access to a network, the value-based mechanisms. I'm talking about auctions. We are pushing very hard and struggling a lot about we need auctions focused on value and not only on price. And this is clear in offshore. We're moving from onshore, but this is clear in offshore. But don't forget that this is a main of the pillars now in Europe to take care of our industry. The infrastructure and networks for sure, the local impact with the social acceptance and the market evolution. This last one is critical. If we don't comply, we don't manage to get the right size of the market in terms of electrification. The electricity demand is decreasing, at least in Spain. and the hydrogen market that doesn't kick off, we don't know if we are going to sell the right level of energy with offshore wind or with onshore wind. We have to start to think about curtailments in offshore wind. This is a very good question. Not only about price, not only about risk in the investment, but curtailments. So let's see. That's all. Thank you so much.
Passamos à próxima apresentação, da autoria de Christian Foduck, CTO da Smart Energy.
Still, let me start, and I hope this mic is already on as well, also to welcome you on behalf of Smart Energy as a lead sponsor, but also on behalf of the other sponsors here. We are trying to get everybody together to make a community, and only together we can achieve these huge targets. By the way, the counter is not right. It's just showing 9 minutes for me right now. Okay, so I tried to put on one slide already kind of the whole story, and then we'll go a bit deep dive a bit more afterwards. I talk about what if we would combine more the offshore wind with the hydrogen side, and whether this can give specific benefits and make things more workable. So what is the opportunity? We can eliminate the need for electrical grid or reduce. We can reduce transport costs, transmission losses, economic viability, potentially even better. Gas pipelines may be reused, or we may maximize also the use of wind power, avoid curtailments. So a lot of things which in the combination, that's the great thing about system integration. On the one hand, we have the challenge to put things together. On the other hand, if we put them together, they can make as a mix even the better choice. And then on the hydrogen side, some of you may be very familiar with hydrogen, some of you less. But the important thing in hydrogen is in the end that there is multiple use, and you always need to focus on what is the first best use in this specific context and setup. And the easy answer first is to say, okay, there is in the industry, the hard-to-abate sectors, there is the mobility, and we need to transport the energy which initially comes from sun and wind somehow to this offtake in the end. And just to say it here again, electrification and energy savings is the #1 top priority. But in order to decarbonize, we have a huge challenge ahead of us to decarbonize all the elements. This is about the more molecule side of decarbonization, which is needed. And here there is a world view first, a world view on the world grid connected electricity. What we can see here on the top is the offshore wind, onshore wind from 2020 to 2050 and the other energy vectors. The interesting part is when you go to the very left, you see that there is only a little share, which is kind of the very, very intermittent type of energy, or the one which is not a base load type energy, while still we have a majority of the total energy balance on the world, which is kind of a base load able energy supply. If we look into the 2050, which is a big year, the big target, the net zero target, then you see that the blue, the yellow, even the orange, which is solar plus storage, but the storage is not necessarily a seasonal storage. We get to a over 50% and more non-base load capable situation. And this is now the opportunity to combine potentially also offshore wind with hydrogen. Also on the right-hand side, you can see that what we are talking about is a huge investment decision. In the panel before, we have seen how challenging it is to de-risk projects, to have the security of investment. And it's a multiplication of investment needed. However, we all know that this is the road which will be taken. Whether it's a year earlier or a year later doesn't matter too much. Right now, the investment decisions is on what is the viable path. Let me show you a little bit and put this in context in the European vision. The European vision is to say, look, today we have 10 million tons of hydrogen already used in Europe. And this is important for you also to know that hydrogen is not something completely new. Most know it, but the volume we use today in Europe is 10 million tons. On the world is roughly 110 million tons of hydrogen, which is used today. So if we can replace this hydrogen, which mainly is done by steam methane reforming from gas. So if we decarbonize this hydrogen, already we have done a quick win on the already existing use of hydrogen. However, we want to double this by 2030. So the 10 million tons we have in Europe today shall become 20 million by 2030, meaning new applications come which start to use hydrogen. And now the location of your renewable energy is the magic always, as you know, also from all your wind projects. And looking into that, there is a nice match of something specific if you can do hydrogen and the offshore wind together. Looking at this, you can see offshore wind on the 10 million tons hydrogen production as a target in EU has here an expectation of 30-ish gigawatt of offshore wind, which is quite a substantial share to be part of this game. Solar PV has a major share, but then another 10 million tons shall be imported from outside EU as hydrogen, also produced from renewables. The question is, and there you see obviously also in the red circle, there is not so much to be done on offshore potentially there because there is so much land, there is no land scarcity, there is good wind locations onshore, which obviously is easier than doing it offshore. So the question is this balance the one we can expect, and how can we influence that offshore wind plus hydrogen takes an important part? And in Europe, it's a specific opportunity because land scarcity, the issue to put more wind onshore. So on the wind side, there is opportunities, but we have other challenges which potentially can be overcome doing the combination. I'll come to that in a second. So huge required investments in the renewables, in the hydrogen, and looking into the targets on the right-hand side, 440 gigawatt installed. We saw from Giles before 400 or 380, 390, and 400-ish is kind of the gigawatt target we have in Europe. And now the floating wind on the right-hand side, kind of 60 gigawatts is the target by 2030. And also the outlook to 2050, 1,300 gigawatts, and 300 gigawatt of them shall be offshore. So huge targets, and we'll come to these numbers in a second again. But let me try to, and this is a bit a busy chart, but try together to brainstorm if the typical saying would be 1 plus 1 makes more than 2, so 1 plus 1 makes 3, or minus 1 times minus 1 makes something positive. So let's try to take this approach together. And the first one is maybe already daring thing I'm doing here, saying that, well, offshore wind on the cost, electricity cost, is quite high, very high on floating. That's one of the major challenges, as you know. Hydrogen has the same issue on land. Yeah? Hydrogen always, oh, it's much too expensive, it will take time. So the question is, if we put the two together, maybe it's even more competitive than each of those individually. So this may be surprising if this may be possible. Luckily, I have some data to show you in a few slides where I put some benchmark out that you can see maybe this is also a path. I'm not saying the only one. Obviously, we will use offshore wherever possible for electrification, but we have additional opportunities. What is very easy to say, the electrical grid connection gets potentially easier if you don't have to put all your energy with your different profile into a grid, which may be anyway already at its limit, where potentially curtailment happens. So if you do instead of hydrogen and then deliver hydrogen, by the way, hydrogen is always a topic about energy density. Well, on volumetric is not so high, depending how you compress it, etc. But in terms of weight, it's a very high density, actually one of the highest. So this also needs to be taken into account how you address it. Additionality, many of you may be familiar about this topic. Renewable hydrogen is only renewable if it complies with additional criteria set by the European Union, meaning you have additional capacity for renewable. We are not cannibalizing renewables for hydrogen. So if we put it together somehow, it also comes that hydrogen usually production has an issue to find appropriate PPAs right now to make projects. However, if you build something offshore, which also has a problem to go to the grid, and you combine it with hydrogen, suddenly you have full compliance and an opportunity to do something which complies to regulation. Technology we heard about before, obviously offshore, floating especially, quite a new thing. Hydrogen in scale, the same. So the two of them somehow, well, it doesn't get really better. This one calculation doesn't work really, that -1 times -1 makes it easier. This is something to really explore and do the right projects together. Variability may become opportunity. It's a technical challenge by itself for the hydrogen production, the variability. Electrolyzers are kind of flexible, but not fully. And then if you do even process behind, and I'm thinking especially on ammonia production, for example, then it needs quite a stable supply. So it's a challenge. However, with the right wind locations, suddenly you get a loading factor, and there has been many projects already showing that the stability of certain areas doing offshore wind can have a surprisingly stable supply of electricity, which fits such projects. We can use H2 pipeline to shore, however it costs, obviously, and we can export H2 by vessel with different means. It can be an advantage, because suddenly you can do that if you do really a big complex, and we are thinking big right now. We are thinking of tens and hundreds of gigawatts in the future. If you think in this scale, suddenly floating infrastructure, which doesn't need even a harbor to put the energy into a carrier, and the carrier directly takes it from where it was produced, suddenly you have less issues than you may have on the harbor. All a thing, obviously, to make it commercially viable and to have the cost expectations at the right time. Let's go back to the options we have where to put the electrolyzer. So the one approach is the integrated wind turbine with H2. There are several companies doing that. So you have the wind turbine right away, electrolyzer, which obviously then is not as big. Yeah, it corresponds to the turbine power roughly. And the advantage is you have a very defined, standardized design, which you just take it as it is, you put it there, and you multiply. And also you can do it step by step. So kind of you can do the first one, the second one, the third one, and each one functions by itself. This is an advantage. Obviously, it doesn't have this full scaling potential as a total thing, so the CapEx will be higher in the end. The OpEx, the maintenance of all these different electrolyzers will be difficult. And also you have to transport from each one the hydrogen. So it has advantages, especially to get started, to have smaller projects, but on the bigger scale, difficult. Wind park cluster. This is something which is really done in many project approaches across Europe and the world. Large scale. You have lower capex. You put all the wind turbines, get all the electricity at one place, and there you put a big electrolyzer. So obviously the OpEx is lower, system balancing and stability gets better. You have more distributed energy supply. Obviously here it's the same issue we have in offshore wind. In any way, a big ticket from the start and investment. De-risking is the key word, and I won't go into now supporting mechanism in this talk. There's lots to say, also on the hydrogen side, then the hydrogen plus the wind, and also the subsea H2 pipeline to shore is an important factor to be accounted. And the one which is kind of, in terms of technical maturity, the easiest, obviously, is to have a wind park, as you know. It might be fixed or floating. You put all the electricity by electricity cable to shore, and there you have the advantage. You can put onshore your electrolyzer. You can use additional other renewable energy like solar, obviously, which is number one, besides the wind, and then combine it nicely. So this is a clear approach. And then you have another advantage to have, you are onshore where the different off-takers can be combined together. For example, Rotterdam, we have been very recently on the World Hydrogen Summit. They are putting up a whole valley, a pipeline with several users on the same pipeline, and suddenly you have a much more balanced situation. But electrical connection is difficult, additionality is difficult. So the key decision to make a hydrogen project offshore wind work is obviously the selection. It's location number 111. Don't go through the details. Then you decide which floating technology is potentially the best, also own chapter of itself. Transport logistics, very important. Pipeline, LOHC, ammonia, liquefaction, different options to look at, and then which electrolyzer fits best the profile. So it's all art of itself. Just to put here, the wind float in Viano di Castello is on this side, and you could also think of something like that, making a hydrogen project. And I promised to give you some benchmark. And this is a study done, built with offshore wind, make hydrogen, and supply large quantity from China to Japan. And we know China is a benchmark in terms of cost, in terms of, we know electrolyzers cost half or less than half, 1/3 of if we buy it here. So what did they get to in their study? And the one learning is the carrier, MCA, Château-Louvain, is apparently a very attractive potential to carry. Why didn't they put pipeline? Because this is like a really longer distance. It corresponds like if you do Portugal, your 10 gigawatts or whatever gigawatts we will achieve, as we heard before, and then transport it to Rotterdam, Northern Europe harbor. So there you need obviously a transport on the ship. And here the result is MCH, so this oily substance you put the hydrogen in and get it out again, is quite attractive for that. Ammonia is also one. Obviously, we have the whole environmental challenges to do that, but that's why 2/3 of projects today in hydrogen are actually going into ammonia. To be considered, liquid is quite expensive, but important is if you look at the dollars, we are all below $3 per kilogram, and this is considered in industry already a very attractive price for many applications which need to switch now, which otherwise have to pay CO2, which otherwise are under the emission trading system have to comply. So below $3 is nice, and we're getting rather in 2030 already to areas which go closer to 2 in the cost. But somehow we see here a benchmark. Right now, if we look into the numbers we see for offshore, plus offshore and hydrogen, it seems completely out of reach. But somehow this is kind of a benchmark saying it can be competitive, and we together can be even more competitive, what I said before. Important trends technology. So just some examples, there's so much happening. But the one is large-scale integration, Project Tractable by NG, making huge platforms, everything concentrated with a wind farm around. That was the option B of before. Range of 100 to 800 megawatt size of one of these devices. One thing we haven't talked about is the water, especially in Portugal. Water is always a very, very important thing. And obviously, if you are offshore, you need water for the electrolyzer. Desalination is part of your system, but there's technology thinking, oh, maybe we can just take right away the salt water without desalination. Maybe you can have cost advantages. Just to show some developments. And we're talking about oceanic energy, so nice to mention, kind of, there is, besides the wind, also the waves. We know that it has been a long history of trying to really scale this potential source, but also here technology is developing, and maybe now we're at the right point that we additionally can use oceanic energy, wave energy, which interestingly, by several other advantages, has a shift of the energy. Meaning, when there's most of the wind, great, you have a lot of wind, but when the wind goes down, the waves are still there. Great, you have a more balanced supply if you can mix these two energies. So CoPower as a co-sponsor here as well is one example of this approach. Besides the technology projects, we learn from projects, we learn from large-scale projects, and there is no lack of such projects being announced right now all the time. And we know the North Sea has put out 150 gigawatt target, not by 2030, however, but by 2050, but there's this huge North Sea going towards 150 gigawatts, meaning Germany, Belgium, Netherlands, Denmark. They put the things together, I want to say, and really, really get things done. And here we see Dolphin, UK, Poseidon, Netherlands, Ocean, H2, Spain, live in the France Atlantic part. Scotland also recently had a great discussion several times with the Scottish. They have huge ambition, 6+ gigawatts, which they also specifically address already now, a good part of it to become the source for hydrogen, and the North H2 Netherlands. So gigawatt scale happening, And from our side, we have been, as a Smart Energy, we are a private investment firm from Switzerland. We have subsidiaries in many European countries. We are very engaged in Portugal. We believe strongly in Portugal as solar, wind, hydrogen. We have developed a project pipeline which is quite interesting in terms of potential growth in these targets we have. And what we have done also is to study jointly with DNV, and we saw the chart on the left, the nice locations which are there, plus storage locations which are not only offshore but also onshore but close to shore, which suddenly can help us to overcome the seasonal limitations, the seasonal challenge. And this is also one of the promises of hydrogen. And with the wind and these caverns, which also specifically in Portugal are near shore and close offshore, that's a huge advantage potentially to exploit. Getting to my last slide, saying that we have been dealing a lot on this kind of thinking about the potential also specifically for Portugal, and looking into one further thought is there is the major shipping routes all along Portugal, and there is, that's just an example of Porto, quite good locations where you potentially can do, and many places are known, you can do a lot of wind, and suddenly you can even think about combining these things, making maybe direct delivery from the platform, from this to potentially other parts which may use this energy. It may sound like a little bit like the future science fiction, but with the targets we have, the energy transition we are about, and the scaling we have, this suddenly becomes more real than we may believe. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Christian. Vou passar então a apresentar o próximo orador, que será José Carlos Simão, diretor-geral da DGRM.
Bom dia a todas e a todos. É um prazer estar aqui e congratular-o pela APREN pela qualidade do presente evento. É-me pedido que fale sobre a componente do relatório nacional que está a dar apoio ao Governo para atingir a meta dos 10 gigawatts em 2030, em termos de lançamento de leilões. Enquanto diretor-geral da DGRM, nós temos a responsabilidade do ordenamento do espaço marítimo e é nessa qualidade que farei aqui a minha breve intervenção. O ordenamento do espaço marítimo nacional está enquadrado na lei, pela legislação que está aqui apresentada, desde logo uma lei de bases, de 2014, um decreto-lei de execução, 38 de 2015, e depois tivemos o plano de situação que foi aprovado no último dia útil de 2019, através de uma RCM. Sendo um plano que está em vigor, qualquer alteração a este plano, nos termos da lei, tem que ser feito por um plano de afetação. E é isso que nós estamos a preparar neste momento. Como é que chegamos a esta preparação do plano de afetação? E é para isso que existiu o relatório que está a ser ultimado. Foi, nos termos da lei, porque estamos a falar do ordenamento do espaço marítimo, que é domínio público marítimo, que pertence a todos nós, não é de propriedade privada, é do Estado e está regulado na lei, há regras para fazer estas coisas. E estamos a seguir na íntegra tudo o que está previsto. Portanto, saiu um despacho interministerial que estabeleceu um grupo de trabalho com várias entidades do Estado e também privadas de apoio para fazer um estudo para as energias renováveis offshore, atendendo à forte procura que se vinha sentindo. Daqui saiu deste estudo um relatório preliminar, em dezembro de 2022, que foi colocado em audiência pública, para ouvir a sociedade, uma vez que estamos a falar de um domínio que pertence a todos nós, sobre aquilo que nós queríamos fazer, essas áreas que queríamos utilizar. Esteve em audiência pública e, na sequência dessa versão preliminar das áreas, foi então iniciado o processo do plano de afetação para as criar formalmente como um figurino relativamente diferente, uma vez que vai ter afinações face à proposta inicial. Esse plano de afetação atribui à DGRM a responsabilidade de o fazer e tem um conjunto de entidades que participam, 21 entidades, numa comissão consultiva, no sentido de fazer o que está previsto no despacho. Daqui, deste plano de afetação que está a decorrer, sairão então as versões finais de cada uma das áreas, que serão depois distribuídas em lotes para serem utilizados. Nesta versão preliminar de áreas, tivemos em conta um conjunto de constrangimentos e de condições que tínhamos que seguir e verificar, e desde logo toda a nossa acreditação da costa, aqui da continental, e onde podíamos potencialmente estudar esta localização. Deixamos logo de fora o corredor internacional de navios. Estamos numa ponta da União Europeia, passam por aqui muitos navios, temos corredores oficiais que estão nas cartas náuticas e temos que respeitar aquilo que é o tráfego marítimo internacional. E depois temos portos importantes para a nossa economia, que temos que os manter a funcionar, que vão ser essenciais para aquilo que estamos a fazer, mas do ponto de vista da fluidez do tráfego marítimo, tinham ficado desobstruídos de forma que não tenham problemas no futuro. Liberta-nos aquele espaço que fica dentro da linha amarela que está nos 2.000 metros. Portanto, os 2.000 metros dá-nos uma faixa ao longo da costa, que se deixarmos de fora cá embaixo, em termos de território, onde o vento é menos potente, menos forte, menos regular, ficamos com a parte de Sines para norte a ser utilizável. Obviamente que de Cascais para norte é a melhor zona, e é aí que está a maior concentração de áreas propostas, mas também deixamos algo aqui em frente a Sines. E este é o famoso mapa que, com bastante orgulho, vemos aí nas várias apresentações anteriores e que já circula pelo mundo todo, do nosso ambicioso objetivo para ter leiloado até 2030 os 10 gigawatts. Temos áreas que respeitam a questão do tráfego, respeitam as componentes ambientais e estamos agora a afiná-las no sentido de deixar o mais compatível possível com as outras atividades que se desenvolvem no mar. Da audiência pública também saiu uma grande surpresa, que à partida estávamos à espera de maiores diferenças, mas essencialmente aquilo que nós propusemos na audiência pública coincide, se nós juntarmos todas as propostas de quem participou, globalmente coincide com aquilo que nós propusemos inicialmente, o que foi grande satisfação e permitiu ver que estávamos num bom caminho. Para vos dar aqui o ponto de situação daquilo que estamos a fazer, portanto, temos a proposta preliminar de áreas, que saiu do grupo de trabalho e que foi colocada em audiência pública inicial. Está a decorrer uma avaliação ambiental estratégica, nos termos da lei, por uma entidade terceira, que não nós, que depois nos vai dar esta peça essencial que tem que ir para a próxima consulta pública antes de propormos ao Governo. E, obviamente, que a DGRM, com base na audiência pública e no trabalho preliminar que fez, preparou a proposta inicial do PAER, do Plano de Afetação, e submeteu à Comissão Consultiva que está prevista no despacho que referi. E está a decorrer o prazo neste momento, é onde estamos neste momento, o prazo para a Comissão Consultiva se pronunciar. Tem 30 dias para o fazer, sem prejuízo de prontualmente poder interromper o prazo para reuniões de concertação, e é isso que estamos a fazer. Temos algumas reuniões de concertação que estamos a fazer com bastante agilidade, para não derrogar muito o prazo, e preferencialmente não deixar que o prazo seja amplificado, e cada vez que temos uma reunião de concertação, tentamos fazer isso com as entidades, de forma a que esta reunião não prejudique o prazo, e temos tido sucesso nesse âmbito, e estamos a fazer aquilo que foi já bastante referido aqui nesta sessão, reuniões de concertação particulares com várias entidades, nomeadamente com a indústria pesqueira, quer com a componente a bordo, com a fileira do pescado, que utiliza aquilo que sai do mar, e também com outras entidades, como, por exemplo, as entidades da Marinha, a Força Aérea, que utilizam o mar também na sua ação diária. Depois deste processo, deste período que está previsto para a elaboração do plano de afetação e recepção do parecer da Comissão Consultiva, far-se-á, em princípio estamos a prever lá para setembro, a consulta pública final, das áreas finais, que depois, com os inputs que recebemos nessa segunda consulta pública, far-se-á então a versão final das áreas para ser submetido ao Governo, no sentido de desoficializar, e o plano de afetação deixa de existir e esta parte passa para dentro do plano de situação e passa a existir só, novamente, o plano de situação com estas áreas novas incorporadas. Prevemos que isto aconteça em outubro de 2023. Do relatório que sai do grupo de trabalho criado, existem 3 subgrupos. O primeiro subgrupo era da responsabilidade, estava a ser coordenado pela DGRM. saíram a proposta de preliminar de áreas. Estamos a fazer também a sequenciação de utilização das áreas em termos de lotes e daqui, com o plano de afetação que referi nos slides anteriores, serão decididas as áreas, as primeiras, que vão para o primeiro leilão, para o primeiro procedimento concorrencial. Do grupo de trabalho também há o subgrupo 2, que o meu colega a seguir vai explicar, e temos o grupo técnico, o subgrupo 3, que também será explicado mais à frente. Dizer que das áreas selecionadas para o primeiro procedimento, vamos seguir o modelo que sairá do subgrupo 2 em termos de proposta ao Governo para fazer o primeiro procedimento. Não podemos deixar de dizer que, de alguma forma, a lei já condiciona este procedimento. A lei prevê que seja um procedimento unificado e que deste procedimento unificado saia 2 outputs, saia o TRC, para a injeção na rede, e também o TUPEM, para a utilização do domínio público marítimo. Portanto, de alguma forma, já sabemos qual é o caminho que aí vem. E este é o âmbito do relatório que será entregue ao Governo no final deste mês. Obviamente que este relatório e os trabalhos para este relatório foram muito importantes, como puderam ver, ao longo do processo de trabalho foi gerando outputs para que as coisas fossem acontecendo e isso foi aqui a peça essencial para que o plano de afetação possa já estar a decorrer em paralelo e que no final deste processo, em outubro, tudo esteja feito nos termos da lei e de acordo com aquilo que eram as premissas iniciais. Lançando o primeiro leilão ainda este ano, o primeiro procedimento, far-se-ão depois os restantes à medida que o faseamento assim o exija. Em princípio, julgo que estou a terminar o meu tempo, isto ainda está sujeito a eventuais ajustes, mas está previsto que no primeiro procedimento sejam selecionados lotes destas áreas. Cada lote, em princípio, será uma capacidade teórica de produção de 500 megawatts e estamos a pensar utilizar um lote ao largo de Viana do Castelo, junto à unidade que lá está dos 3 aerogeradores, na perspectiva de vir a utilizar o mesmo cabo, pôr 2 lotes em frente à Figueira da Foz e a confirmar eventualmente um lote em Sines. Os de norte são mais seguros, que vão avançar para o primeiro procedimento. O de Sines ainda está sujeito a confirmação. E com isto iremos cumprir aquilo que foi o mandato que o Governo deu ao Grupo de Trabalho, apresentando o relatório este ano e criando as bases para que o processo se desenvolva a partir daqui. Muito obrigado.
Agradeço ao José Carlos Simão. Passo agora à apresentação seguinte, que é feita pelo Filipe Pinto, da JEC. Obrigado.
Muito bom dia. Primeiro agradecer, obviamente, aqui o convite que foi dirigido à Direção-Geral. O diretor, por motivos imprevistos de saúde, não pôde estar presente. Espero que os bons antibióticos consigam resolver aqui o problema. E, como a mim, portanto, estar presente e falar um pouco sobre o relatório português. Na parte de um subgrupo, já foi mencionado, o subgrupo 2. Para nós, obviamente, agradecer o convite, porque para nós, obviamente, é relevante estar presente, ouvir, ser um pouco inundados pelo conhecimento, pelos anseios, pelas expectativas também aqui dos participantes, sendo que alguns desses já têm vindo a ser discutidos, outros, eventualmente, também nos desperta, agora numa reta final do relatório. Eu começaria por dizer que, relativamente ao grupo, portanto, ao relatório, da mesma forma que a indústria de alguma forma se prepara e de alguma forma a experiência que tem e já tem esta percepção para onde vai dirigir os investimentos, aquilo que são as suas necessidades, também o Estado tem a necessidade de alguma forma estabelecer aqui alguma massa crítica começar a estabelecer nos vários âmbitos de entidades, a administração pública, quem administra os direitos do mar, da energia, nomeadamente a elétrica, quer o regulador, quer os operadores de rede, também, de alguma forma, começar a discutir, integrar alguns conceitos e, genericamente, é isso que se propôs o relatório relativamente aqui à questão do offshore. O que se pretendeu, de facto, foi nesse fórum todas estas entidades desenvolverem estes entendimentos, desenvolver aqui alguns conceitos que, do ponto de vista do Estado, importa salvaguardar e depois, ao longo quer da administração dos direitos, quer do acompanhamento dos projetos, como é que se administram todos estes conceitos. Portanto, o estudo, estamos a cerca de 10 dias da conclusão dos trabalhos, temos grande parte, digamos, eu diria, do índice produzido, dos textos realizados, estamos apenas nas fases de agora dos dados, que é preciso ajustar, criar aqui e fechar alguns conceitos, mas em termos gerais temos já o documento preparado. Portanto, todo o estudo, eu diria, para sintetizar, o primeiro grupo define o onde e o quando, portanto, a localização das áreas e a sequencialização, porque os 10 gigawatts não são administrados ao longo do tempo, não são entregues todo num dado período, obviamente para ganhar aqui algum conhecimento e adequar o processo ao longo do tempo, conforme se vai desenvolvendo. Relativamente ao segundo grupo, ao subgrupo 2, aquilo que se pretende é dar a conhecer portanto, como é que são administrados os direitos, se é num leilão, se de outra forma. E, finalmente, o subgrupo 3, aquilo que vai mencionar ou incidir é quanto de tempo, quanto de investimentos é que é necessário para o desenvolvimento do offshore. Relativamente aos temas que têm vindo a ser abordados, muito genericamente, portanto, tem-se falado naquilo que é, primeiramente, o modelo de atribuição destes direitos. Relativamente portanto, isto é a questão do subgrupo. Relativamente aos modelos de atribuição de direitos, portanto, os direitos que estão a ser administrados, a reserva de capacidade e a utilização privativa do espaço marítimo. Aquilo que temos a plena consciência é que estes direitos são administrados através de procedimentos concorrenciais. Primeiramente, a questão do leilão eletrónico, de acordo com aquilo que tem sido dito aqui, de forma centralizada, em que os dois direitos são atribuídos no mesmo momento. Isto porque é da nossa experiência relativamente ao solar 2019, 2020, 2021, o solar flutuante, é aquele que, de alguma forma, permite orientar não só aquilo que são os investimentos, a implementação e mesmo as próprias entidades públicas na execução do próprio leilão. E temos identificado este como uma forma mais, mesmo administrativamente, mais orientada para a implementação destes leilões. Próximo slide, por favor. Também temos vindo a estudar como é que podemos acomodar situações em que nos são apresentadas por promotores de alguma forma que estão na disponibilidade de avançar com estes investimentos, eventualmente dedicá-los a situações de autoconsumo onshore, e como é que isto se pode enquadrar nesta visão. Obviamente, tendo em consideração que como é que pomos inclusivamente os dois modelos a concorrer. Mas, de qualquer forma, também tem sido vindo a ser explorado este tema, por forma a criar também aqui outra possibilidade de atribuição destes direitos. Próximo slide, por favor. Relativamente aos critérios de avaliação e aquilo que temos vindo a debruçar-nos, é que devem de facto existir aqui alguns critérios, diferenciar as propostas e identificar as propostas que são mais aptas ou que maiores garantias têm de desenvolvimento. Próximo slide. Primeiramente, e se calhar numa primeira fase, as questões da avaliação de capacidade técnica, quem são estes projetos, quem são estas entidades que se apresentam, qual é a experiência que têm e, no fundo, fazer esta primeira triagem. Relativamente àquilo que depois são, eu não diria as tecnologias, mas de alguma forma a capacidade destes projetos entregarem mais-valia ao sistema elétrico nacional, também há aqui uma tentativa de que estas tecnologias entreguem alguns requisitos técnicos. Dir-se-ia, no fundo, para garantir alguma resiliência ao sistema e muito naquilo que vem no âmbito dos requisitos para geradores, o RFG, o Código de Rede Europeu. Depois, de alguma forma, também destas entidades a capacidade financeira e de investimento e, finalmente, as questões de critérios não-preço, muitas vezes relacionados com projetos paralelos, investimentos que se pretendem também dinamizar, as questões do hidrogénio, eventualmente também do armazenamento, isto mais numa perspectiva técnica, mas também estímulos à biodiversidade, questões de inovação e geração de valor local, nomeadamente geração de emprego. Próximo slide. Relativamente aqui aos modelos de negócio, e próximo slide, por favor, também no âmbito do grupo foram analisados vários, portanto, genericamente, se estes leilões estão mais voltados para questões de eletrificação de consumos, portanto, garantir resposta a consumo. Outro modelo, bidding zone, portanto, por haver aqui algum racional naquilo que é a interligação destes projetos e, de alguma forma, garantir também que, quando o sistema solicita algum ajuste da produção, como é que isto pode gerar algum racional económico para hidrogénio. E, finalmente, o último modelo, o tal Power to X, em que estes projetos offshore estão muito virados e muito específicos para projetos onshore, projetos de consumo onshore e, de alguma forma, como é que isto se coaduna com estas necessidades de eletrificação também a nível nacional. Próximo slide. Finalmente, as questões de remuneração. Portanto, há um princípio na legislação atual que é a remuneração ao preço de mercado. Também há uma exceção a esta regra que é exatamente os procedimentos concorrenciais. Também há um suporte em termos de diretiva europeia que menciona a possibilidade de regimes de incentivo, mas de qualquer forma, e a diretiva europeia nunca se esquece destas questões das distorções de mercado e a questão de que as remunerações devem sempre, junto do promotor, darem sinais do preço de mercado. E, portanto, próximo slide, por favor. Aquilo que pretende e aquilo que se tem identificado como o mecanismo principal da remuneração, a questão dos CFDs, é esses que também estão genericamente na base da remuneração dos leilões anteriores, ainda que existam ali outros relativamente às compensações, mas é não só uma prática nacional, mas como também temos visto e observado noutros leilões na Europa. De qualquer forma, os grandes princípios que se pretendem observar é, de facto, assegurar aqui a questão económica, a chamada bancabilidade dos projetos, estimular dessa forma também a concorrência e obter aqui LCOEs, o preço da energia, o mais eficaz economicamente possível. Próximo slide. Também o grupo de trabalho, e julgo que é o último slide, que é a questão da arquitetura. Há um princípio na legislação nacional que menciona que o desenvolvimento da rede em offshore é competência do operador da rede de transporte e, portanto, este é um princípio que está subjacente também ao desenvolvimento dos leilões. Aquilo que muitas vezes também temos discutido na arquitetura da disseminação da rede submarina é como é que isto se coaduna com alguns modelos de negócio, nomeadamente do Power to X, num modelo em que é o promotor que desenvolve a rede para a terra. Obviamente aqui há vantagens e desvantagens, e uma vez que este é o último slide, aquilo que mencionaria é que o grupo de trabalho não está a fechar conclusões sobre estes variados temas. Aquilo que se propõe é identificar todo este jargão técnico, todos estes conceitos, e depois evidenciar aquilo que são as vantagens e as desvantagens e aquilo que propicia. Se existem opções que levam a uma mais rápida disseminação do projeto, existirão outras. Por outro lado, pode existir aqui outras questões relativamente ao valor que deixa de ser integrado a nível nacional e, portanto, o que importa é assinalar, evidenciar e deixar no relatório este espaço ao decisor político para, de alguma forma, gerar naquilo que for a sua decisão relativamente à atribuição destes dois direitos. Muito obrigado.
Obrigado ao Filipe Pinto. Vamos passar para o painel Modelos para o Design, Financiamento, Construção, Operação e Manutenção da Rede para Offshore. Chamo ao palco os intervenientes neste painel, o professor João Peças Lopes, João Faria Conceição, CEO da REN, Marianne Beck-Hassel, da Ørsted, Market Manager Offshore Wind Iberia, e o nosso moderador Pedro Amaral Jorge, da APREN.
Como o próprio título indica, vamos falar de um tema crucial, que é como é que se conecta esta potência offshore ao consumo e, especificamente, como é que vai funcionar a rede de transmissão. E vamos fazer o painel em inglês, porque temos uma convidada em inglês e, portanto, eu, a partir deste momento, vou mudar para inglês e vamos fazer isto neste idioma. So, once we're here, thank you very much, all of you, for coming. We are going to start our panel by asking Professor João Peças Lopes to do a small presentation just to show us one of the options of what the architecture of the offshore transmission grid can be. And then we have a follow-up with a couple of questions with our panelists. So please.
So, good afternoon to all of you. I don't think this is the first slide. Okay, so I'm going to try to describe you some of the possibilities that may be used to deal with the offshore generation, not only from the point of view of the connection to onshore, but also regarding the transmission infrastructure, because in fact, and you obviously understand that, the transmission infrastructure can limit the injection of the offshore wind generation. So I want to start by showing you a possible solution for the connection of the large set of wind generators, typically 15, 18 megawatt each one. And so the approach described here, and this is something that is being also developed in Holland and in other countries that are already more developed in terms of large-scale offshore deployment. That is, we expect that we will have standard solutions, typically defining blocks of between 800 megawatts and 1,000 megawatts of wind generation. And we will have feeders inside the wind park. Feeders are typically at 63 kV. Very important here, and I want to highlight this, is that, oops, okay, it's not, oh, it's working? Yeah, it's working. No. Okay, never mind. it's very important to highlight that these feeders allow loops, and this is different from the wind farms that exist onshore. And so this is because we want to be sure that it is possible to reconfigure internally the electrical infrastructure such that even if it happens to have a problem in a cable, it is always possible to keep the full wind farm in operation by rerouting the power flow. Also, what we will see is that so these feeders will be connected to a collector substation that is described over there. So a substation that passes from 63 kV to 400 kV. And then there are AC cables that make the connection to the onshore transmission infrastructure, as it is described here at 400 kV. So this is the solution that for sure most probably will happen in the Portuguese offshore wind farms that we expect to happen in the coming years. But the problem is that the problem is not completely solved only by deciding the way how to connect the wind generators and to connect the wind farms to shore. So it's also very important to understand how the transmission infrastructure is going to cope, is going to accommodate all this generation. And if we look at these maps over there, you can see that more than 75% of the total offshore wind generation foreseen for the Portuguese coast is situated north, or more or less north of Figueira da Foz. And also, it's very important to try to understand where the new consumers, the new consumptions of electricity will take place. And as far as we know, from what we have heard, of course, there are a lot of new industrial projects foreseen for south of Lisbon area. So around Sines, most of them. So we can go up to 5 gigawatt of capacity with projects like the ones, the green steel, the data centers, and so on. So this means that the transmission infrastructure needs to be prepared to accommodate these power flows north to south. So, of course, that then it is important to see how to make this planning exercise, because this is a planning exercise. So it is necessary to identify reinforcements, so lines, transformers, auto-transformers in this case, so new corridors that will allow to convey the power flow from north to south. And in this case, what is foreseen to take place is that this planning exercise has to be done by using a so-called dynamic and flexible management approach as defined by Decree Law 15/2022. So this means that from the point of view of the planning of the transmission infrastructure exercise, we will resort to power flow studies with contingency analysis, with the aim to identify the reception capacities of the buses that will receive these injections of offshore wind generation. And very important is also to understand that most probably these capacities will be conditional capacities, so subject to certain situations. So, but it is obviously also possible to consider the possibility of having an HVDC connection instead of HVAC, as I have described you. So in this case, instead of cables at the AC 400 kV, we would have to replace them by DC cables typically plus minus 500 kV. And so this means that we will need a substation that converts from AC to DC, and then we have the DC cables connecting them to shore, to another converter substation on shore. Of course, that is important to try to identify the costs that a solution like this involves. And it is, I mean, well described in the literature that, for instance, this is something that I got from the literature, that for 1.5 gigawatt of power to be transmitted, it is more interesting from the economic point of view to have an HVDC connection instead of a HVAC if the distance between the substation, the offshore substation, and the coastline, so the substation onshore, is larger than about 70 kilometers. So I don't think this will be the case for the wind farms, the offshore wind farms in Portugal, because as a matter of fact, as far as I know, all these areas will be with about 50 kilometers, 30 kilometers from shore. But this means also that we have to cope with the problem of conveying the power from north to south. So all this large amount of power that needs to be, that needs to flow between the generation and the consumption. And as I said, a large amount of consumption will be situated around Sines and south of Lisbon. So in this case, the idea would be to develop a HVDC backbone solution. And so in this case, I want you to understand that this also means to use a multi-port solution with voltage source converters. So this is not point-to-point approach that, as I have just described to you before. This is a multi-port solution because we have multiple points of injection and multiple points where we can withdraw power from this backbone to serve the needs of the consumption of electricity in the Portugal transmission system. And to do that, we can develop two approaches, either a submarine cable, which is described there, so the red line that goes from Viana do Castelo south and goes down to Sines, or instead of a submarine cable, to use a hybrid overhead HVDC-HVAC line that exploits the existing corridors, the existing HVAC corridors. So this means that an existing corridor with an HVAC line of 400 kV would be transformed into a line with the pole is described over there, where you will have, at the lower level, the HVAC conductors, and on the top you have plus minus 500 kV HVDC. So this is a possibility, and let me tell you that this is something that is now being envisaged in several other places in the world. I'm showing you here what is being done in Italy, in UK, in the United States. There is a plan to connect Pennsylvania to North Carolina, and also extracting power from offshore wind farms in the Atlantic Ocean. There are several projects already in operation, namely in China. I'm just bringing you an example of a project that is already in operation with a multi-port HVDC network in China, already in operation since 2018, and there are projects from TENET, 50 Hertz, Swiss Grid, and Transnet BW. Well, to conclude, I have here just a table that tries to identify benefits and problems that you may have when using HVAC or HVDC multiport. So losses, obviously, losses in HVAC solution can be a little bit smaller, mainly in the transformers, because the electronic power converters have larger losses. However, the HVAC solution has the skin effect losses to the reactive power flows, which also require compensation with reactances or static VAR compensators. But let me tell you this point, controllability. So the controllability which an HVDC solution is extremely important, is very, very large. We can control the amount of active and reactive power that are injected in the nodes. And this is very important because controlling these injections may avoid overflows and congestion problems in the HVAC transmission network, which is extremely important because otherwise we have to condition the amount of power that is absorbed, that is passed to the transmission network. Costs are obviously a very important variable. The maximum power flow in an HVAC solution, 400 kV, is around 1.5 giga, while HVDC is 2.5 gigawatt. The permits is also very important. Okay, I think that an HVAC solution with the multiplication of the corridors is a problem that is quite complex, while the HVDC multiport may be less complex, but that we are dealing with some issues that we still don't know what exactly will be the behavior of the governmental bodies. And obviously there are environmental impacts, maybe larger one on the HVAC, less environmental impacts in HVDC multiport. And to conclude, you may say that, okay, but so what is the best solution? And what I can tell you is that I don't know. This means that it is necessary to develop studies to make a comparative assessment between these two solutions. And obviously the HVDC solution involves initial investment that is important, but it has a leverage capacity that is very, very important because it will leverage the development of all offshore wind farm projects in Portugal for the next coming years. So there's a lot of work to be done. That's what I can tell you. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Professor, for an excellent presentation which will launch our debate. The remaining introductions are, we have here with us Marianne Beck from Horsted. She's a market manager for offshore wind in Iberia. And we have with us also João Faria Conceição, which is REN COO. So what we need to actually discuss is designing, financing, building, and operating a 10 gigawatt wind farm or a project is going to require also to look at how the grid needs to be developed, how it's going to be priced, how it's going to be cost, who finance it, what is the architecture. So I have a question that I will start with Marianne and then hand over to João. With the presentation that Professor Peças Lopes just did, with several options for the transmission offshore grid. As we all know, to connect 10 gigawatt of power to consumption, we're going to need a new transmission grid that needs to be built, financed, operated, and needs also, and the existing onshore transmission needs to be reinforced for allow, as Professor mentioned, the flows of energy to reach where the consumption is. And we are looking at this from perspective that, because this is going to be done under the regulated market, that the regulator itself will look for efficiency, lowest CapEx and lowest OpEx as it is possible to achieve. So starting with you, Marianne, what you consider from a grid architecture perspective to be the best technical solution for the design of a transmission offshore grid?
Thanks, Pedro. So I think I'd start out by breaking this question down into two main sort of design options. So I think when we talk about offshore transmission systems for offshore wind farms, I would first ask the question, would you go for a radial solution or a hub solution? And then, as our colleague here got into, are you going to go with an HVAC system or an HVDC system? So if we start with this radial versus hub So just for the sake of clarity, so when we talk about a radial connection, we talk about an offshore wind farm that has one single link from the offshore wind farm to a point of connection on shore. When we talk about a hub connection, this is when you group several wind farms, typically smaller wind farms, and you connect them into one single link. Normally, in the radial connection, you have AC, but it can also be DC, and in a hub system, you typically see DC. Whether you want to go for a radial or for a hub, I think depends on a lot of different parameters. So first of all, it depends on the location of the wind farms. It depends on the size of the wind farms. It depends on distance to shore, where these wind farms are and the generation is placed in comparison to where the consumption is. But also, it's a lot about what the industry can deliver. I think if we then move to the piece on the HVAC and the HVDC, I think you summarized very well kind of the characteristics of both. So I think, speaking more from the experience of a developer that has actually worked in these systems, I think in our experience, AC is more flexible. So it's a lot more customizable in an AC link. You typically have, I think the maximum circuit is around 500 megawatts, but you also have a lot smaller, and all of the components that go into an AC link, they're customizable. A DC link is more rigid, so you can say what kind of determines the power, I would say, is actually ultimately the converter station. And I think what we're seeing in the market now is a minimum size of around 1.3 gigawatts you need for a DC converter station. But on the other hand, I think with DC, I mean, DC, it's for longer distances. I mean, you don't really have any other options. So I think weighing a little bit both, and obviously, as you said, we need to investigate this much, much more. And to be honest, it could actually be a combination of radial and hub. This is actually something that the UK is exploring right now. But I think we would expect for Portugal, taking into account that the wind farms are around 30 to 50 kilometers from shore. If you look at the blocks, they are typically 1 to 2 gigawatts. And we should keep in mind that while we heard that we'll be auctioning blocks of 500 megawatts, the industry is very quickly moving towards commercial scale. So future projects are going to be moving towards that gigawatt scale. And I think that way we would probably expect that the most cost-efficient option would probably be some radial connections and in an HVAC solution. That would, I think, be my expectation, given what we know now.
João, please.
Well, first, I would like to thank for the invitation. Both Professor Peças Lopes and Marianne make my life easier because they explain everything. So I would just add that there is no one-size-fits-all solution. It all depends on many variables. We heard the explanation for Marianne, and it's the kind of the developer perspective, which of course is as fast as it's done, the better. We also heard Professor Peças Lopes, the perspective, which in my view reflects a little bit the interest on having scalability of this solution. If we want something to be available fast, then we should go for some radial and AC. But if you are envisaging in the near term to achieve the 10 gigawatt goals, of course the DC has scale effects that should be taken into account. In addition to that, we have not only to look from the offshore side, but also the onshore side, because we are forecasting all this plan, considering that there will be consumption sites onshore. Typically, the most known one is Sines. There are other alternatives. This morning, I heard that the possibility of having also the electrolyzers consumption on several sites in Portugal, and that will also play an important role deciding which technical solution will be, because it's not indifferent if we will have a very ambitious consumption levels at Sines, or on the other hand, if part of this energy that is going to be generated by these offshore power plants, it will be used for export or some other usage besides one single point in Sines. So I think that before we need to study, I 100% agree with my colleagues here in the panel, but we also need some important decisions from the policymakers, because those important decisions will play a big condition on which solution will be considered.
Well, thank you, João. Before I hand over this question still to Professor João Peças Lopes, I completely agree that we need firm policy decisions regarding what is the design of the offshore transmission grid, how is going to be financed, how we are going to actually accrue this to not overload consumers while it's still not in operation but still in work in progress. We need to make sure that that issue in itself does not kill the offshoring project at birth, because otherwise we are bringing upfront a problem that we need to deal with, and there are solutions for it. But I'm just going to stay here and not go any further. So can you comment on the two models and what do you think without any...
Yeah, okay. So just to I would not I'm not fully sure to be in agreement with what Marianne said regarding the HVD solution being less flexible than the AC one.
That's good. We have this view. That's what we want in this
Yeah, because if we are talking about point-to-point HVDC, I fully agree. Okay, but if it is a solution that uses voltage source converters, and so this means instead of a PLL, instead of this solution use of HVDC voltage source converter 1, it is quite flexible. It's extremely flexible, and it can provide even ancillary services to the grid. And it is because we are going, I mean, it is possible to use voltage source converters that it makes sense to define the concept of multi-port HVDC grids. And so the important thing is to understand that it is important to control the injections of power in some buses of the grid. Otherwise, we risk the problem of having overflows in some lines at the HVAC transmission system that naturally are going to limit, to condition the injections of that power. And by doing that, we can reroute the power and to inject it in other nodes through the HVDC network. And this is one of the advantages of this approach. So it's important to understand that. And of course, this needs to be done. This requires a lot of studies. This requires to define several scenarios of operation and try to identify what can be the solutions in terms of also seeing what are the impacts in terms of the additional investments that are needed in the HVAC existing transmission infrastructure. Okay, so I would like to point out this fact because this is very, very relevant.
Well, thank you. Yeah, please. You want to come? Go ahead.
No, I think I should probably clarify that. I think when I talk about a DC system being more rigid and less flexible than an AC system, what I mean is that, I mean, DC, they come in blocks, right? And when you, as a wind farm operator and constructor, you have to sort of optimize your wind farm to that DC link. When you're working with an AC system, then you can customize the AC link to the system. So you can optimize the two assets against each other. So obviously, I mean, I come at it from being a developer, right? So I don't think more on the grid side. I think about how is this asset optimized in connection with the wind farm. But it's as you point out, also important to think about how it's optimized with the grid. And I mean, I think we work with both transmission systems, and sometimes DC is also the better option when we make that assessment. We recently went through that on our Hornsea 3 project in the UK. And it's also a lot about what is the demand in the market as well. I mean, there's an economics piece to this. And if you have sort of markets that are, procuring a lot of DC systems, then AC might be honestly just a better option because it's what you have more available at a more attractive cost.
Well, thank you. But we need also, before we move to the next question, to make sure that we cannot have loss of load of 500 megawatt instantaneously, and probably we need to think also as a design criteria to make sure that if we shut down one of the offshore plants, the system does not collapse in frequency or in voltage. And so that needs to be taken into consideration, in my opinion also. So thank you for your answers. I'm going to move to question 2. So the transmission offshore grid presents a set of new challenges and risks which an onshore one does not. Can you share with us what are the most important challenges and risks that need to be addressed both from the construction, design and operation phase? And I can start with João now, please.
Thank you. I would start saying that all this will require a magic word, which is coordination. Because we are definitely entering into a new world for most of us. I mean, the grid operator, we have a small little seabed submarine cable, nothing compared to what is required from this endeavor. In Portugal, we don't have generators, offshore wind generators, and of course, you said that also an important key stakeholder, which is consumers, because someone will pay will have to pay this cost.
One way or the other?
One way or the other. Directly or indirectly, this cost will appear.
No disputing.
And the point in coordination, or the challenge, answering to your question, I would see several fronts. First, and this is something, for instance, the very recent example of Ireland as highlighted, it has to do with all the licensing process. Not only the licensing for generators, but also the licensing for the infrastructure, the grid infrastructure itself, independently who is the asset owner. It's like Professor Peças Lopes mentioned there, it's not indifferent to have several cables versus one single cable or two single cables. The same applies to the generator. So the licensing is something, for me, I see it as vital. And I say this because, picking the example of Ireland, which was announced, if I'm not mistaken, the last week or the beginning of this week, the auction for 3 gigawatt came out with 86 euros per megawatt hour strike price.
Indexed to inflation.
Indexed to inflation.
Just to mention.
No, indexed to inflation and with the protection on curtailment.
Yes.
When the maximum price was 150, if I'm not mistaken, when I saw that, I'd say, wow, what a good result.
What a
nice result. But suddenly, when you start reading the assessments on analysts, they say there are still lots of uncertainty and there are still lots of questions. And to start, the fact that the Irish authorities keep changing the rules, the licensing rules, and the generators keep changing, and the developers keep changing their projects because they obviously need to adapt to the new rules. So licensing to start. The second part is the regulatory framework. This is going to be, at least for the grid part, it will be vital. O&M costs are not the same operating an offshore grid versus what we know to operate onshore grids. The capex, the upfront capex, it's also something, and you mentioned, Pedro, you did it well, because we need to decide if we want to pay this step by step with the small bulks of money, or if we want to have an upfront significant investment that then has a scale effect and it can be capitalized on a broader time frame. There are logistical issues that are going to be that's going to be a must. Ports. I think you have the next panel is going to speak about that. The, again, Irish case is highlighting the needs of tremendous reinforcements on the logistic, because this is going to put a tremendous constraint. And I could continue with this long list. I think that we need to decide a couple of critical issues. Is the pace do we want to develop this? The issue of who is going to bear the costs, and how long you want to distribute the costs throughout the time. That is going to be critical for the success of this challenge.
Well, there is an accountancy method that we can use, which is called work in progress, and we just reimburse interests, and we just use the depreciations to the consumption, that it's proportional. But we'll leave it to another stage. Professor Lopes, can you comment on what you think are the offshore risks and challenges that the onshore don't have?
That the onshore don't have? Well, first of all, I think that
differences?
Yeah, we are facing a very challenging project, as everybody for sure already understood. To bring 10 gigawatt of installed capacity in terms of possible generation for the coming years in Portugal, this is really huge. And we have to bear in mind that the planning exercise is perhaps one of the most difficult things to be done. And this is very relevant because we have to develop this planning exercise also by understanding what is behind this investment. It is for sure that we don't want to produce that electricity to export. That's not the idea. The idea is, in fact, to use it in Portugal, in new industry, to create value, to bring new employments. And so this is the idea. But so this means that we need to define scenarios that do not exist, scenarios for the future years in terms of new consumption and the pace in which this new consumption will happen. And so very important also is to understand the pace on which the existing projects, I mean solar PV generation and so also the existing onshore wind farms that are installing new machines, how this is going to affect all the scenarios of operation, and to in this way to try to identify the best solutions by doing a planning exercise that is also submitted to the new requirements. That is, we need to do it by dealing with a flexibility concept and a dynamic operation concept, which is something that is not yet very well defined, but needs to be addressed when doing this. And I think this is very, very important in all this exercise that we have in front of us.
Thank you. Marianne, would you like to complement, please?
Yes. I think you've touched good on the financing and regulation, so I think I'll focus a bit more on the construction and operations, which I think is where we maybe also have a lot of experience. So I think to maybe just focus in on three. The first one is a lot about ground risk. So I think we talk about when you're constructing, installing, and operating offshore, you have to have an extremely good understanding of the seabed that you are installing, whether it's a wind farm or if it's cabling or if it's the asset that you're actually building. And the reasoning for that is that 80% of the success of your installation is whether you have chosen the right tools to install that export system. So you can say if you choose the wrong tools and you then have to change while you're in the middle of an installation cycle, this is extremely expensive to correct this mistake. So having the knowledge and the know-how to know exactly what to look for in the seabed, understanding and mapping your seabed and site conditions, and then adapting your installation program to that, that's critical. So ground risk is number one. The second one that I would like to highlight is cables. So cable integrity, this is important during the construction phase, but also operation phase. So in the construction phase, I mean, we are talking about kilometers and kilometers of cables, and they're very complex to manufacture, and we always say you almost always break a cable once, but this has knock-on effects in your installation. So having the expertise and the knowledge of how to time this, how to schedule this, and how to lay this is really important. When you move to the operation phase, obviously cables, again, are really, really important because the integrity of your cables are what determines the availability of your asset. And making sure that you know how to monitor them and plan maintenance accordingly is really important for the functioning of the overall system. As an example, we in the UK, on some of the transmission systems we operate, we have special monitoring technology where, based on the temperature of the water, we actually can calibrate the production of our wind farm to adjust to sort of the specific site conditions. So those are the first two. The last risk is more around sort of scheduling and delays, and I think you touched upon this as well. I think if you are one party, for example, one developer constructing the offshore wind farm and the transmission asset as one asset, schedule and delays is still a huge risk. I mean, it needs to be a choreography to be able to deliver on time and on budget. This is even more exacerbated if you split the scope. So that means that you give the developer the offshore wind farm, and then you give a third party or the TSO the transmission asset. It is just more difficult to be two parties coordinating. And I think we see, especially in new markets, when there's a very steep learning curve, it's really difficult when you do this for the first time. So what can we do to mitigate that? I think it's I'll shamelessly say, choose an experienced partner to build the offshore transmission system. And I think in the case that you go with a split scope model, it is extremely important that there is a compensation scheme in place to protect the developer in the case of delays if the TSO or the third party cannot deliver the transmission asset on time. And I just want to kind of underline this because later we'll be talking about financing, Pedro. And when you're going to a bank or an investment committee with your offshore wind project, what they're going to look is revenue security. And having that risk of potentially not being able to deliver your power to the grid and that revenue uncertainty, there's very few banks and investment committees that are going to take that risk.
I agree, and I know that we are on a field or a new space where everything will be micro and analyzed, from floaters to turbines to offshore transmission systems. But using our last 6 minutes, I would like to ask you, the three of you, a question. I will start with the Professor Peças Lopes, and then I'll come back to Marianne, and I'll finish with João. So an offshore transmission grid is a high capex investment with a high risk perception from insurance companies, lenders, and equity providers. How do you think the process of design, finance, build, operate, and maintain should be addressed? Simple three comments. And what can be the role of the TSO and the role of the developer generators to ensure that we reach the less expensive and on-time, fit-for-purpose transmission grid? And I'm always focusing on the less expensive because I'm always concerned how the regulator look into these things, and we need to explain things in detail to make sure that the regulator understands how to address all of these risks. So I'll start with you, then Marianne, and then João.
Well, in fact, these type of offshore wind farms, they are capital intensive, and they involve very, very large investments, which means that it's necessary to optimize as much as possible the investment. And by optimizing, I mean minimizing the volume of investment. And I'm talking about, for instance, on the electrical layout of the wind farm. It's very important to identify the right cables in order to cope with the flows that are foreseen. And so this means trying to identify the right ampacity of the cables to be used. So this means investment. But there are also other costs that are operational costs, which are related to losses. So this is very important to also to minimize losses and find the solution that minimizes losses. And losses here are very, very important because we are dealing with huge amounts of power. And also, very important is to be sure that we have a reliable solution from the point of view of the configuration of the wind offshore farm. Because, as I said on my initial presentation, if there is a cable that has a problem, it may happen that to repair this problem in that cable may take months. And so we cannot allow a part of the wind farm to be out of service for such a long time, which means that it is necessary to study the configuration and the way how we can make the reconfiguration of the internal network of the wind farm. And so these are very important points. Even the place where to put the substation. I mean, the floating substation, here, this is very important. Where to place it inside the wind farm? So is it in the middle? Is it one of the corners? These are things that need to be addressed from the point of view of an optimization problem. And this can be, obviously, this can be solved. And this is something that investors need to look carefully when they do that.
Let's look at the TSO perspective. Because
not the other way around.
No, I'm going to. You're not off the hook. And you are also an investor. Please explain.
But that's the point. I was going to pick what Marianne said about the compensation schemes and scheduling and delays. And of course, we converge, but we have different approaches, the developers and the TSO. The developers, of course, they want a fast track in order to connect their project because their business is to generate electricity. The TSO has the responsibility of minimizing time, minimizing capex, optimizing or increasing quality of service, and so on. Everyone understands when a developer says, well, I want, for my risk management perspective, I want a certain levels of guarantees. And certainty. When you come to have a TSO saying, we also want to have a certain level of guarantees and certainty, we are accused of being wanted to have overcompensation, of not doing our job well, and so on. And the point here is exactly that: is we are entering in a new domain. Of course, there are entities that have done that somewhere in the world. Ørsted is an example. But of course, this will depend again on what is the vision that Portugal wants for these projects. Because if it's to connect point to point, like it was explained here, well, then it's better that each developer takes care of their own infrastructure with the consequent risks and implication that it has. When the TSO comes in in the perspective of optimizing and optimizing, looking to the not only from point to point, but only looking to the whole picture. And by looking to the whole picture, there are things that need to be put it on the table. The first thing that needs to be put it on the table, besides all the licensing issues and so on, is the amount of capex that this is going to cost. And I don't know if the values have been spoken in this conference.
Not yet.
Not yet. And I'm not going to be the one that put this on the table because we are still assessing, and it also depends on the solution. But I can guarantee to you, saying something that all you know, which is it's going to be a big amount of money. And when we present our investment plans, we cannot have the reaction of a whole nation saying, this is too expensive. Understood. And we cannot bear that costs on the consumer perspective. So, to conclude, the TSO perspective is here to optimize the solution and to give something that brings an added value for the whole value chain, from the developers to the consumers. If there are easier and cheaper solutions, then the TSO is not bringing this added value and should not be part of the equation. So, but it's important that not to crucify the TSO when it presents the costs or it presents the challenge that it has to face. To give you an example and to make it be more specific, solutions all over Europe, in UK, these type of projects are being given with the licensing almost taken care. This makes a huge difference in terms of time management, the delays that Marianne was talking about. There are others examples where license is a risk of the corresponding asset owners, the developers or the grid asset owners. In that case, we have another level of uncertainty, both in terms of costs and in terms of time. And this needs to be balanced in the sense on how fast, how cheap, and how efficient we want the solution of the wind offshore.
Thank you, João. Marianne, you wrap up. Last word.
Last word.
For now.
For now. There's never a last word, right? I think that, you know, there's different ways of doing it. I mean, and it's also evolved over time. Different countries have different models. I think ultimately it will depend on the solution that is chosen. I think as we've spoken about, if it is a hub, then I think that probably the developer of each individual wind farm probably won't have much interest in that transmission asset. But I think if a radial solution is proposed, I think that it should be heavily considered to allow the developer to build and operate it. And that doesn't necessarily mean we need to own it. So, I mean, we are also happy to be subcontracted. But, I mean, I think offshore is a global industry. And it's not just ours, that there are many developers and colleagues in here who have been building offshore transmission assets, and why not try to take advantage of that by giving it to a developer. I think I want to conclude on the word to say is that for us, you know, to your comment earlier, I mean, what we do, our bread and butter, is doing that configuration, optimizing for the most efficient asset, where to place the substation, where should be the optimal layout, how do you optimize the entire asset. I mean, I think the definition of the transmission system is that it is our route to market. That means if we don't have that asset functioning, we are not making money. And I say that because, I mean, I think that, you know, we are always going to be the one that is going to be most interested in ensuring that this asset is delivered on time, on quality, and on budget. We want an asset. This asset's going to stand for 35 years, and we want that to have a maximum availability. And I mean, and for us, it is so critical that, I mean, even when in the UK, when we obviously have to hand over the transmission system to a third party, but if they then bid out the contract for O&M, we pay a symbolic value of £1 to do the operations and maintenance on that, because it is that critical for us. So I think, you know, there's still things to be decided on radial or hub and a lot of things, but I think Portugal should definitely consider whether it can benefit from having sort of an experienced construction partner, not just on the offshore wind farms, but also on the offshore transmission assets.
Well, thank you. It's a nice way to wrap up. A round of applause to our speakers. Thank you very much.
Muito obrigado a todos os participantes neste painel e ao Pedro Amaral Jorge pela moderação. Passamos agora ao painel seguinte, a adaptação do setor portuário português e o desenvolvimento de uma cadeia de valor em Portugal. Começamos com uma apresentação do Sr. Ministro das Infraestruturas, João Galamba, que não pode estar presente connosco presencialmente, mas envia um vídeo com a sua apresentação, que eu peço já à minha equipa para emitir. Obrigado e até já.
Boa tarde a todos. Antes de mais, gostaria de congratular a APREN pela iniciativa de organização desta conferência para debater um tema com tanta relevância para Portugal e para a Europa. Para além disso, queria também deixar aqui uma palavra de apreço à APREN por todo o trabalho que tem feito no setor energético nacional, mobilizando sempre os agentes privados na persecução das mais ambiciosas metas a que nos propusemos e que queremos concretizar. Infelizmente, por incompatibilidade de agenda, não me é possível estar presente. No entanto, não quis perder a oportunidade para vos deixar algumas mensagens que considero importantes. O leilão da eólica offshore em Portugal constitui um dos maiores projetos industriais das próximas décadas e o tecido industrial português não pode desperdiçar esta oportunidade para crescer, fixar recursos humanos especializados e criar valor para a nossa economia. No que respeita a grandes projetos industriais, temos já o exemplo do sucesso do desenvolvimento do eólico onshore, que dotou a indústria nacional de conhecimento, capacidade produtiva e uma competitividade que ainda hoje nos permite manter um forte caráter exportador. O que hoje queremos fazer é retirar deste exemplo os principais fatores de sucesso e melhorar o desenvolvimento da nossa economia, garantindo a energia renovável e acessível suportada pelo nosso tecido industrial. Este projeto é o exemplo perfeito da transformação de desafios da transição energética em oportunidades, especialmente nos portos nacionais, na inovação e na indústria. É hoje claro que os portos não são apenas locais de carga e descarga de mercadorias. São, sobretudo, uma ligação entre o transporte marítimo e o interland, onde se localizam polos industriais que se configuram como os principais dinamizadores da economia regional e nacional. Mas é preciso mais. Os nossos portos têm um papel crítico a desempenhar dentro da cadeia de valor do eólico offshore. Dependendo da estratégia adotada, o porto pode ser utilizado como base para montagem, movimentação e ao fabrico dos componentes necessários, mas em todos os casos atuará sempre como o hub desta cadeia de valor, por onde passam todos os componentes e todas as estruturas que compõem o parque eólico. Isto significa que o primeiro passo na construção do parque eólico offshore é a seleção de um ou mais portos base e, se necessário, a adaptação dos mesmos conforme os requisitos de cada projeto. Ao longo do ciclo de vida de um projeto, as fases de fabrico, pré-instalação, instalação, comissionamento, operação, manutenção e, eventualmente, desmantelamento, irão, em todos os casos, requerer um ou vários terminais portuários, com instalações específicas para as diferentes fases de cada projeto. De forma a conseguirem satisfazer estas necessidades, os portos precisam de se expandir e reforçar as suas infraestruturas. Por isso, iniciamos já o trabalho de avaliação das estruturas portuárias atuais, fazendo uma caracterização do papel de cada porto poderá desempenhar no desenvolvimento dos parques no nosso espaço marítimo. O desenvolvimento do nosso tecido industrial e das nossas infraestruturas portuárias estará na base do rollout dos projetos de offshore e terá um impacto significativo nos prazos de comissionamento e no custo final da eletricidade. Tendo este facto presente, estamos comprometidos em desenvolver as nossas infraestruturas portuárias e na atração de indústria competitiva para que este desenvolvimento seja orgânico, sinónimo de preços mais baixos e celeridade no comissionamento dos projetos. Considerando o número elevado de embarcações de diferentes tipologias para o desenvolvimento destes projetos, este leilão é também uma enorme oportunidade para um renascimento de uma indústria naval pujante, capaz de competir no mercado europeu e internacional. A fim de coadunar o desenvolvimento da nossa economia com o comissionamento dos projetos, é necessária uma estratégia coerente e densificada que agregue as melhores práticas em termos de políticas públicas e que envolva todos os agentes privados para que, juntos, consigamos cumprir os objetivos. Tudo faremos para garantir as condições necessárias em todas as infraestruturas nacionais para o desenvolvimento de projetos. E é também neste campo onde estamos a avaliar soluções inovadoras, como concessões portuárias flexíveis, onde podem existir, diferenciadas no tempo, atividades distintas no mesmo terminal. Assim, pretendemos maximizar a utilização dos recursos que temos à disposição e criar viabilidade para projetos que, de outra forma, não seriam viáveis. Para além de tudo isto, estamos também a construir cenários para avaliar qual o melhor método de associar o desenvolvimento dos projetos ao desenvolvimento da cadeia de valor e dos portos nacionais, sempre na tónica de conseguirmos ter um procedimento concursal mais competitivo, com melhores resultados para os portugueses e para as empresas. Foi por este motivo que, numa altura em que se aproxima a data da entrega do relatório final, agendámos uma reunião com os principais agentes a atuar no setor do mercado português, que já cá estão ou que para cá querem vir, a fim de apresentar o trabalho que temos conduzido, mas também com o intuito de ouvir o que o setor tem para nos transmitir. Foi sem dúvida uma reunião construtiva, onde pudemos constatar a preparação e compromisso do tecido económico português neste projeto e salientar a relevância de manter um diálogo construtivo com o setor. Os agentes económicos precisam de visibilidade, estabilidade e estratégia por parte dos decisores governamentais para que consigam responder aos desafios e metas que o Governo coloca. Manteremos sempre este diálogo construtivo com o setor e trabalharemos afincadamente com as administrações portuárias para que seja possível trazer estes projetos a bom porto. Contamos com o empenho de todos neste processo para que seja possível, simultaneamente, cumprir calendário, ter produção de energia renovável a custos acessíveis e ainda criar valor acrescentado para a nossa economia. Muito obrigado.
A APREN agradece ao Sr. Ministro das Infraestruturas este vídeo de introdução. Passo agora a chamar os participantes do próximo painel. Eduardo Feio, Presidente do Conselho de Administração do Porto de Aveiro e do Porto da Figueira da Foz. Juan Diego Pérez Freire, Managing Director do Porto da Corunha. Julio Hernández, Commercial Manager da Autoridade Portuária de Ferrol. E a minha colega Susana Seródio, Head of Policy and Market Intelligence da APREN, que moderará o painel.
First of all, I want to thank our speakers for being here today with us to speak a little about ports, that of course without ports we will not have a floating wind sector in Portugal or Spain actually. And starting, as we all know, Iberia assumed that offshore wind is crucial, fundamental to reach the targets for decarbonization, and of course ports are central for these goals. They play a role on supply chain, logistics, supporting the infrastructure, but of course ports are a central hub for other activities. Maritime transport, that is not only seagoing vessels, but also the operations of a lot of goods that are very important for economy. So what kind of conflicts and competition do you recognize between the floating wind in Portugal and Spain and other activities that run out in ports? And maybe I'll start with Eduardo, okay?
Good afternoon, everybody. Thanks for the APREN to promote this important event here in Lisbon about offshore wind energy. And it's obvious that we have some constraints in the operation in ports when you have a lot of things happening in the port. And that it's obviously. But I think that the ports normally they are being prepared to deal with these kind of problems of space. We are going to listen to some of the Spanish in the north experience, but I think that in Portugal we have already a good portuary system, a good ski port system that can accommodate the challenge that we have in that area. So some of ports already deals with a lot of ships, a lot of activities, have good areas, and are being prepared to deal with that new challenge.
I'll pass the word to Juan.
Thanks for inviting us to this event and congrats for the population. In my opinion, the main challenge is the land management. The land management for the port, which is necessary for develop the activity of offshore floating wind. The offshore wind is an industry that uses large port areas and requires some specific facilities for this development, like specific berths, like drafts, and all of these obviously is not compatible with bulk activities or container activities. But I think that is not a competition. And there is not a conflict between offshore wind power and other activities. What happened is that the ports must choose what they should dedicate their land to and focus their efforts in developing those activities. If you are a port that wants to dedicate itself to offshore wind, you know that you need large spaces, you need areas, you need berths with special characteristics and sheltered water. And the development, for example, of offshore wind in Spain and Portugal will take three phases: construction, assembly, and maintenance. And for construction assembly, you need obviously a lot of space. That's the reason because you have to choose. If you are a port, you have to choose what activity is your first activity and focus on that. And you have to think what are your capacities. If you have no space, you don't have capacities to develop construction or assembly, but you could develop maintenance. we recently put in the market 100 hectares to bottom fix and to floating, and that our ports are focused to develop on floating wind industry, and it's our strategy, it's our choice.
Julio, how do you see this? Do you also think it's a choice?
Well, thank you first to APREN. Muito obrigado pela invitación. Un placer estar aquí. Congratulations for this great event. And well, I think competition has been always there in the ports and will always be there between cargoes, between operators, and well, competition is good in my point of view. So in my opinion, what we have to see is when there is a new activity like is offshore wind farms, we have to, of course, give the reasonable space, land in the port for what they need. And you know, sometimes the debate is in the ports is the number of tons. How many tons per square meter? Okay. Well, in this case, I think it's clear to say that what we have to look for is the global economy, not just those figures. So I think in Ferrol we are lucky to have already some expertise in the sector. Some 10 years ago, Navantia, an existing shipyard facility for 3 centuries, not just a while. They started with this sector and they made the transition to part of their facility to use it for this activity. So they found a way with the support of some important companies like Iberdrola in the first stage, and I think well, that is the way we have to, with our facilities, we have to find the way to give the support to this important sector.
Okay, thank you. So, Juan, you were already in the spotlight with Giles in the morning, and you already are exploring synergies also with Amsterdam. Is this in line with the objectives of both ports to become hubs for green energy, and how important is floating offshore industry to achieve this goal?
Well, we explore several lines with Amsterdam and Rotterdam and to possible synergies for the export of green hydrogen and green ammonia that could be produced in A Coruña and sent to the north of Europe. And ammonia is a good vector for transport, and so it would be an opportunity to establish green corridors between A Coruña and Amsterdam or Rotterdam. And in this sense, we have the 2 major developments proposals, one from Ignis company and another from Fister Energy, the Blackstone Fund, and with several gigawatts between both. And we are focused that the port will be a green energy hub. One of the things that we are doing, for example, is Inditex is developing a onshore wind mill into the port with 18 megawatts, and we will share the energy. The energy will go between the port to the headquarters of Inditex, and a part of that energy will be in the port to be self-sufficient. That's what with that energy we will make several pilots with hydrogen, like buses with hydrogen. We did a pilot last summer with a Caetano bus hydrogen, and we put in one line of A Coruña. And in this way, we are developing a new experimental site, 10 kilometers from the outer port in Coruña, to develop several prototypes of floating wind. Probably could be 1, 2, or 3 prototypes with INEGA, Instituto Energético de Galicia, and Red Eléctrica, the company in Spain that's managed the grid. And the last thing that we are doing about it is, as we say, the 100 hectares that we put in the market, that there are 9 companies that ask for that, and we think that could be one of the hubs that could be in Europe to develop floating wind and fixed but floating wind.
It's impressive already what you are doing. But of course, Julio, Porto took part in the build and assembly of Wind Float Atlantic in Viana do Castelo, Portugal. So can you tell us about this experience, and given the know-how already that you have, what can be the role of rural in the developing of floating offshore in the next years?
Well, the experience was great, of course, and we have to be grateful to the promoters here, like EDPR, ENGIE, Repsol, Principal Power. So, well, it was a great experience, and I think it's one example of the cooperation that can be done and will be done for sure between ports and companies in Portugal and in Spain. It was very successful. It was pioneer in the world. The first assembly with a floating device docked in a quay. Well, I have to say that first of all, this was not coincidence. This came because Navantia is in Ferrol, so they were part of the project. They constructed one of the floaters for this project. The other 2 were constructed in Portugal. The 3 of them, because of the draft in the port of Ferrol, in the outer harbour of Ferrol, 20 meters draft and land for this project was very important to be able to do this. And well, it was great, and it's a good example. And of course, this, I think, of course, Navantia was already there, but this showed not only to the world, but specifically to us, that this could be possible. It was a very important sector, and also related to what we were talking before. In Ferrol, in these last 10 years, the starting point was this sector was not that clear that will be good for the future. Now it's 100% clear, you know, and I think this project also made that. And well, now in the outer harbour of Ferrol, we have a new facility that's going to be constructed by Nervión Industries, another player in the sector, and we have also some more projects going on that will be good for this sector.
Oh, thank you.
You're welcome.
Eduardo, of course, and this is one of the main reasons we are here. Portugal announced the 10 gigawatts of floating offshore, and APP, the Association of Ports, was called along with other entities to evaluate port infrastructures in order to accommodate the developing of floating offshore. What has been the main challenges, and what ports are the best candidates to support offshore wind in Portugal?
We have been doing a profound work with APP, with all the Portuguese ports, but obviously with APREN, with the other general directions in the country, to look to our port system and see how we can continue to contribute to the offshore industry. When you speak about Ferrol and you speak about wind flow, you speak also about Setúbal in Portugal, you speak also about Aveiro that built the tower, so you're already working in that area many years ago. But now we have a very big challenge, and our minister has said before, we have been studying with in our group of work, and we have already identified and I finished our report, the survey report. We listened all to the first and second report during the morning, but we are already finishing our survey report that tell us what are the vocation of the ports, what could be the investment in the ports, that in the way that you can accommodate all the areas of the offshore industry. Obviously, we are going to cooperate with another countries, essentially Spain perhaps, but in the north, in another part of the world, because that's a global industry. But in Portugal, as we can, we are going to see when you finish our report and present it, we already identify some ports, some areas that you can develop, some industries that already are there, and many people here are speaking with ports at this moment, are preparing investments, because this is a very important project, not only for the industry, but for the country, and for one specific objective, this decarbonization, and all the climate situation that we have. And we are very focused in that area, and the port is also, as for instance, when you speak about Corona and speak about the decarbonization of the ports, we have also this project in Portugal. Offshore industry will contribute for that. We have a very important target in that area, and we are working for that. To respond, we have more or less 3 or 4 ports that can accommodate more or less all the activities, but you have a lot of areas and a lot of industries that are being preparing to accommodate themselves also to produce all the components of the cluster of the offshore aeronautics. I think that, and a lot of the members of the VP are here now, I think that they can correlate that situation at this moment, and I think that we are going to present it in next days. We already present, as our minister said before, to the sector, and some people are here, and they can see that in north, in center, and in south of the country, we have ports that are being prepared to accommodate this kind of industries and to continue to develop what you can say that it's a tradition with more than 10 years to look to the offshore industry in Portugal.
Okay, thank you. So the first steps are taken. We have our assessment that will be public in a month probably, but we are in the good way. So, do you think it could make sense for some Iberian ports to work together, of course, and evaluate synergies to assure that Iberia can undertake all different stages, and also to create a hub to support the deployment of hydrogen, because as you know, there's also synergies between offshore and hydrogen. And I will now start with Rulio, please.
Well, of course, and I think WindFloat is an example of that cooperation. I think we are all working on that. Juan has already mentioned. In Ferrol, for example, we also have some projects related to hydrogen, some even port operators that are planning methanol and hydrogen plants for transportation, for energy, and related, of course, to green energy. So I'm sure we have to cooperate. I mean, we have the mass to cooperate because the capacity in our ports and the demand is huge. So the capacity has to be used 100%. So that cooperation is key to be for the projects in Spain and Portugal, of course, but also for at least the Atlantic region of Europe. Maybe for US, etc. So we will for sure play a role globally.
Okay, Juan.
Yes, I believe that the collaboration between administration and ports is essential to develop this industry. A good example in this case is Navantia. Navantia has applied a large concession in the port of A Coruña and is increasing its capacities in Ferrol. We are 2 ports that we are next each other. With the concession in Coruña, Navantia will make the port of Ferrol stronger. And with the increase of capacity in Ferrol, the port of A Coruña will be stronger. Navantia will have 2 complementary facilities capable of responding to the demand that the market needs. Probably Navantia could not do that with only one site. We think that together are stronger, and we need to collaborate between ports. For example, there may also be the case in which one port builds foundations and the other has the assembly area for the windmills, and between probably ports like Spain or Portugal, like WindFloat, for example. And it's very important to establish synergies and alliance between ports. We have to know each other. We have to go to Aveiro. We know it very well, of course. And we know every port to be capable to collaborate and to take advantage of the potential of each other.
And Eduardo, of course, how do you see this cooperation and synergies?
In this room can see that we have to cooperate. For instance, all the ports here are in the wind Europe, in the wind platforms. It's a point of cooperation, know what we can do. We are going to have a big challenge in training the human resource for this new industry in a lot of dimensions. So we have a very big scope of cooperation. Always, we are going to have always competition inter-ports, that's normal, but I think that we have a competition system in the ports area that we are going to keep and try to development this cooperation to get a better place in the market.
Yeah, okay. So you're already also talking with ports in the north that already have more experience in offshore.
Yes, but we are looking to that. That's obviously. I think that the APP and the old ports of the APP are entering in the wind Europe and in the platform. That's very important for us to see what's happening. But in reality, for instance, in Aveiro, we have a company that works there for more than 10 years, working in the towers of offshore. Now, you have some local acknowledgement that you can look to that, but you must look to what's happening in the rest of the world. And I think that all ports here are doing that, because as you see during the morning, we have a lot of challenges. The industry is beginning, there are different steps, and so you must always be at the window of the future, looking what you can get to the ports, because that it have some implications in land use process, in the technologies, in the air that you need, the dimensions of the port, a lot of dimensions that you must be always looking to that, and the EPP, the Ports of Portugal Association, is for sure looking in that direction.
Okay. So, and now going to Juan again, what are the challenges that you perceive on investing and planning so ports can be ready to undertake the project pipelines that are expected for the next years?
Well, I think that the main challenge is to be able to adapt the ports in a scenario in accordance with the plans of the European Union. The forecast is to reach 150 gigawatts in 2030. Which means multiply the current capacity by 5, and the ports will be a significant bottleneck because not all of them have the capacity to and the necessary conditions to provide service to the industry. In our specific case, we have land, but we need to develop an investment of approximately 100 million to adapt that land, to build the berth, and must be a dedicated berth. This has to be done with European funds. It's impossible to do without European funds, and that's a reason because we need to apply for that. The industry of foundation for the offshore winds use a lot of land, and for the ports, as Julio said, it's more profitable invest in bulks or investing in containers than investing in offshore wind. But with choice, our strategy is focusing in offshore wind, and we think that we have to ask for European funds to be able to build what we need. No? The challenge is the port investment, the challenge is the collaboration between ports, and the challenge is that the port focus his efforts in the industry and look for the steps that the industry needs.
Eduardo, do you think the European funds can be a way for this? Or?
Yes, I think that the European Union have a very high objectives in this area, so I think that it's going to support. We have a lot of areas, Fit for 55, a lot of programs, and I think that we need offshore eolic industry to accomplish these targets. So I think the Commission is working, and I think that we can get some money for that investments that we need in our ports, in all Europe ports.
Thank you. And Julio, how do you see these challenges?
Well, I think I agree the main challenge maybe is to have the capacity to meet the needs of the industry for the next decades. But in the other hand, it's an opportunity. It's a great opportunity for ports and of course, for the industry. That's more important, even more important. But for ports, it's a great opportunity to develop infrastructure that is required, is needed, and maybe it wouldn't be developed if this sector was not boosting like it is. So, well, we are working on that. Also our operators, I mentioned Navantia, they are launching our new monopiles factory, both with Windar. So, well, I think it's also a great opportunity to develop infrastructure that maybe would be there waiting to be developed for decades. And we are lucky I think in Portugal and in Spain that we have the possibility to develop infrastructure like in Coruña, or we have in Ferrol, in our port authority, and in ports of Portugal. So well, it's a challenge, but it's also a great opportunity to meet the need of the industry.
Thank you. So I think the organization is going to be very happy because we are very efficient, but as we have all this audience here and the main stakeholders, what message you would like to leave for them? And that may be important for you to do your work and be able to comply with these challenges. And Julio.
Well, the message would be that the ports cannot be other way. We are there to help the sector, to help all the parties in the offshore wind industry to meet your needs, and we are here to help. So please contact us for whatever you may need, and we will be there to help.
First of all, collaborate each other. Not compete, collaborate, because for us it's easy to do our job if all of you collaborate between and help us to develop our infrastructures. I think that it's not easy to tell us what you need now, because you are looking for the next 4 years or next 5 years. It's not easy, but for us it's important to know now, because we need probably 3 or 4 years to build what you need.
Yeah, Eduardo.
I think that everybody can know that we are here as an active player of this championship. For instance, sometimes we forget that we have the repower, and we have a war, and we have an energetic problem in Europe. So this is also obviously a very important project in that area too. So ports could be, and are in Portugal for sure, and in Spain, active player in these situations. We need that stakeholders look to this area to invest also, and the ports are here for improve this industry for sure.
Thank you so much. Right, this is a great message to end this, that ports are extremely important for this industry, and thank you so much for your views and thoughts, and thank you.
Thank you.
Boa tarde novamente. Agradecer a todos os participantes neste painel. e à minha colega Susana pela moderação. Vou agora passar aqui a palavra ao Sr. Secretário de Estado do Mares, o Engenheiro José Maria Costa.
Boa tarde a todos. Excelentíssimo Sr. Presidente da APREN, Pedro Amaral Jorge, demais entidades aqui representadas, ilustres oradores e membros do painel, minhas senhoras e meus senhores. É com muito gosto que aqui estou e me associo a este evento organizado pela APREN, dedicado às energias renováveis offshore. Este evento ocorre num momento determinante para o desenvolvimento do setor das energias renováveis offshore em Portugal. A transição energética associada à mitigação e adaptação das alterações climáticas está no topo da agenda política europeia. O Governo colocou a transição energética no centro das suas políticas públicas, uma prioridade alinhada com as orientações e prioridades políticas da agenda estratégica do Conselho Europeu. Uma estratégia credível para cumprir as metas da descarbonização e fazer face às alterações climáticas passa obrigatoriamente por desenvolver uma transição azul da parte da muito conhecida transição verde. Neste contexto, o 23º Governo Constitucional está a desenvolver o processo para a seleção das áreas marítimas ao longo da costa portuguesa para a instalação de centros de eletroprodutores baseados em fontes de energia renováveis, incluindo a definição do modelo de procedimento concorrencial para a atribuição dos títulos e o desenho da cadeia de abastecimento industrial necessária para o desenvolvimento deste setor. O processo já é conhecido de todos vós, sendo o objetivo do Governo lançar até ao primeiro ano o primeiro leilão para o eólico offshore. Permitam-me também, neste momento, fazer um agradecimento público ao grupo de trabalho e aos 3 subgrupos, num processo complexo, num processo difícil e também num processo que não temos também um guião, digamos, prévio e que houve necessidade de se construir muita coisa e, acima de tudo, de consensualizar e de concertar com muitas instituições. Uma palavra também à APREN, que, sendo também um parceiro importante neste processo, deu aqui também um contributo muito importante naquilo que é a visão também dos promotores, mas também na percepção daquilo que são o enquadramento e a arquitetura de todas as áreas que nós pretendemos afetar. Naturalmente que hoje já foram aqui apresentadas, quer pelo Sr. Ministro, quer também por outros representantes institucionais, aquilo que é, digamos, uma visão do grupo de trabalho. Quero-vos dizer que tem sido muito interessante este resultado desta reflexão conjunta, mas sabemos também que há, por parte de promotores, interesses e projetos muito concretos de grandes investimentos, que têm uma amplitude mais alargada do ponto de vista do investimento em áreas portuárias, desenvolvimento de cadeias de abastecimento, até de contactos e também de envolvimento da componente científica de investigação, naquilo que se pretende também desenhar nos novos serviços de manutenção futuros e também nos novos produtos a associarmos também às próprias infraestruturas e que, naturalmente, na decisão política final, após a apresentação do relatório, teremos a oportunidade também de avaliar e de pôr também em cima da mesa para tomarmos as decisões que forem as mais importantes e aquelas também as mais interessantes para o interesse nacional. A estimativa do valor de investimento para o total da capacidade de 10 gigawatts a disponibilizar, faseadamente até 2030, representa, como já é do conhecimento público, um investimento global de cerca de 40 mil milhões de euros. Trata-se de um projeto estratégico para o desenvolvimento do país e, como tal, tem sido desenvolvido em estreita articulação entre as áreas governativas que tutelam a economia e mar, a energia e as infraestruturas. A cooperação e a articulação entre os diversos agentes do setor público e privado, como a administração pública, as associações do setor, as associações industriais, as associações de defesa de ambiente, as associações de pescadores, empresas, centros de investigação e desenvolvimento, é fundamental para o sucesso deste projeto, incluindo o objetivo da maximização da incorporação nacional em todas as fases de desenvolvimento, construção e manutenção da capacidade dos 10 gigawatts. Foi também por essa razão que entendemos ser útil fazer aquilo que foi uma discussão pública do primeiro relatório, precisamente para envolvermos toda a sociedade e todos os diferentes interesses, e aquilo também que é muito importante, que temos que nos habituar, é que o oceano e o mar é cada vez mais um espaço de partilha e um espaço de coabitação entre os diversos interesses. E cabe, portanto, do ponto de vista do planeamento estratégico, termos essa visão e essa capacidade de poder fazer essa interação e essa concertação dos diversos interesses e, para isso, também procurando mitigar aquilo que são atividades já tradicionais, como é o caso da pesca, neste processo que é também tão importante para eles. O papel do Governo é precisamente o de mobilizar e articular todos os setores e trazer para a mesa da discussão as questões estruturantes para o país e que são, de resto, oportunidades de desenvolvimento para todos. Estamos conscientes de que todas as decisões terão necessariamente que ponderar as componentes ambientais, as socioeconómicas associadas ao desenvolvimento destes projetos, não deixando ninguém para trás. Foi por isso que fizemos da economia azul sustentável uma componente fundamental da estratégia de desenvolvimento de Portugal. Deste modo, devem ser ponderados não só os óbvios benefícios diretos decorrentes da utilização de uma fonte renovável e limpa para a produção de energia, o que será importante, como também o desenvolvimento de toda uma nova fileira industrial e de serviços, onde se incluem setores tradicionais, como a metalomecânica, mas também os setores tecnológicos avançados, como o desenvolvimento das componentes eletrónicas, das robóticas, enfim, todo um conjunto de serviços e de tecnologias que estão também numa fase de grande desenvolvimento também no nosso país. Com efeito, desenvolver um projeto com esta importância estratégica para o país é, ao mesmo tempo, também colocar num dos pratos da balança a meta da criação estimada de cerca de mais 20 mil postos de trabalho, diretos e indiretos, fator que é também de extrema importância para o interesse económico local. Minhas senhoras e meus senhores, enfrentar as alterações climáticas, garantindo uma transição justa e inclusiva, constitui um objetivo estratégico para o desenvolvimento da descarbonização da indústria nacional e para a reindustrialização do país, designadamente através do desenvolvimento de indústrias verdes e sustentáveis. A transição verde em curso na área industrial de Sines atrairá investimentos que ultrapassam os 20 mil milhões de euros até 2030. Trata-se de um conjunto estruturante de projetos industriais que abrangem desde o hidrogênio, cabos submarinos, até a tecnologia digital, passando pelas baterias e a aquicultura. Além do hidrogênio verde e das indústrias verdes que Portugal pretende instalar em Sines, um dos compromissos é consolidar também o Sines Tech, uma porta de dados atlânticos para o desenvolvimento do setor da economia digital, em que Portugal poderá ser altamente competitivo. Planeamos construir mais estações de amarração de cabos submarinos que conectam os continentes americano e africano, de modo que Sines se torne um centro de amarração de cabos e um centro de dados avançado, proporcionando o valor acrescentado do processo de dados e tornando Portugal um player relevante nas intercomunicações de comunicações de dados e mesmo no tratamento desses mesmos dados. A transição energética constitui também uma verdadeira oportunidade para renovarmos os nossos ativos estratégicos e desenvolvermos setores industriais competitivos, assumindo o papel de liderança mundial na economia azul. Portugal prossegue uma estratégia clara e persistente de aposta no desenvolvimento do hidrogênio verde, que pode dar liberdade energética ao país e colocá-lo como exportador de gases renováveis. Para tal, teremos que ser competitivos, agilizando e garantindo a maior eficiência de todo o processo de licenciamento, associado à energia eólica offshore, atraindo os promotores com os projetos mais maduros e com as melhores condições para o país. Esta deve ser também uma das áreas que deve estar sempre presente nas tomadas de decisões. Teremos que ser competitivos, investindo nas competências do futuro e preparando a base económica, industrial e tecnológica para este setor, visando a produção de energia a preços acessíveis, fator determinante a toda a estratégia industrial verde. Estou certo que temos grandes desafios pela frente, mas estou igualmente certo de que nos estamos a preparar para os resolver em conjunto. Temos desafios na compatibilização de todos estes investimentos, com o ordenamento do espaço marítimo e na sua articulação também com os instrumentos de gestão territorial. Eu diria mesmo que é importante termos também noção da própria territorialização nos territórios e também do envolvimento das próprias comunidades locais. Temos, por isso, importa relevar o desenvolvimento e a construção e a exploração dos projetos de energias renováveis, que representam uma grande oportunidade também para esses mesmos territórios. Com efeito, estamos perante o desenvolvimento de projetos transformadores, de grande dimensão e que suportam toda uma fileira industrial de serviços especializados que queremos dinamizar no país. O interface entre mar e terra, onde os portos desempenham um papel central e que o painel anterior foi, com certeza, estou certo, também um forte motivador também e despertar aquilo que será a importância do seu próprio setor, constitui um dos grandes desafios que o país tem pela frente para o desenvolvimento do projeto eólico offshore, nomeadamente no que diz respeito à identificação e planeamento dos investimentos relativos ao reforço da infraestrutura elétrica nacional e do seu faseamento e articulação com os projetos de energia offshore. Minhas senhoras e meus senhores, o Governo definiu as alterações climáticas e a transição energética como o primeiro desafio estratégico para o país e considerou prioritária a aposta no potencial do mar. A capacitação do país passa também por identificar um conjunto de investimentos prioritários nos nossos portos comerciais, no sentido de capacitarmos as nossas infraestruturas portuárias e áreas adjacentes e torná-las competitivas numa lógica de oferta de serviços dedicados para esta indústria. A adaptação das infraestruturas de construção naval existentes poderá ser também redirecionada para este setor, nos processos e nas áreas tecnológicas em que o país é competitivo, como são, por exemplo, a indústria dos cabos de amarração, a indústria dos compósitos e os nichos específicos da indústria de construção naval, da qual incluímos também aqui o green shipping. Sei que sou suspeito em o afirmar, mas estou certo que o oceano é o novo território do futuro. Acredito que é no oceano que estão muitas das respostas para os problemas globais que enfrentamos atualmente, como o aquecimento global, a segurança alimentar e a segurança energética. O caminho é, pois, o de progredir e de acelerar a transferência que se está a verificar na substituição dos combustíveis fósseis através da utilização de fontes de energia renovável como uma forma de atingir a neutralidade carbónica, fator determinante para o cumprimento do Acordo de Paris. A aposta no mar deve ser também potenciada pelo capital de conhecimento e experiência adquirida em áreas onde a inovação e desenvolvimento tecnológico são preponderantes e onde Portugal já está a pontuar com centros de excelência e universidades de referência a nível internacional. Portugal foi o pioneiro a nível mundial no desenvolvimento de um projeto para o aproveitamento do potencial do recurso eólico em mar aberto e de grande profundidade, o projeto Windfloat Atlântico. Portugal assumiu, assim, uma posição de destaque no panorama internacional de desenvolvimento da tecnologia do eólico flutuante e Viana do Castelo, em particular, concentra atenções por reunir condições para se assumir como um importante polo tecnológico para o desenvolvimento das tecnologias das energias renováveis oceânicas. Estas condições conferem ao país uma posição privilegiada na atração de investimento para o desenvolvimento de projetos de investigação e desenvolvimento pré-comercial para o aproveitamento de recursos energéticos renováveis. Como tal, estamos a desenvolver uma zona livre tecnológica de energias renováveis e tecnologias oceânicas em Viana do Castelo, dedicada à investigação de protótipos e tecnologias para a energia offshore e também para a tecnologia de conversão das ondas. A criação da ZLT de Viana do Castelo justifica-se não só pela vantagem competitiva que o país apresenta em termos de infraestruturas existentes, mas também pela dinâmica existente entre os centros tecnológicos de investigação e as empresas do setor. E permitam-me também, porque estamos perante uma plateia de investidores e de promotores, porque não pensarmos também naquilo que poderá ser também um primeiro parque eólico offshore transfronteiriço entre Portugal e Espanha, entre a região norte e a Galiza, como um exemplo também para aproximarmos a cooperação entre as administrações, entre as redes elétricas nacionais, mas acima de tudo também para darmos um exemplo a nível europeu daquilo que poderá ser também, neste domínio das energias renováveis oceânicas, um fator também a ser ponderado no futuro próximo. Outro exemplo que podemos dar também para a combinação de atividades que temos também para esse espaço das LT é também o desenvolvimento de projetos de aquicultura, de produção de algas e de bivalves. Outro exemplo também é a criação de recifes artificiais, aproveitando as plataformas flutuantes, criando condições para abrigo e alimentação de espécies com interesse comercial. Concluindo, desejo um interessante debate durante este painel e espero ter contribuído desta forma para a troca de ideias sobre os temas das renováveis offshore, sobre os desafios e constrangimentos colocados ao seu desenvolvimento e também sobre a contribuição deste setor para o desenvolvimento da economia local. Por fim, deixo uma última palavra para convidar a todos a estarem presentes na segunda edição do Sustainable Blue Energy Investment Forum, que se vai realizar no próximo dia 4 de outubro no Centro de Congressos de Estoril. Como sabem, e quando da Conferência dos Oceanos, que decorreu o ano passado em Lisboa, tivemos a oportunidade de ter o primeiro fórum, que decorreu muito bem, que tivemos, de facto, uma grande presença de investidores, de promotores internacionais, de centros também de investimento e procuramos também, com este segundo fórum, apresentar aquilo que são as áreas estratégicas que estão neste momento em desenvolvimento, desde o hidrogênio verde, desde os smart cables, o green shipping, as energias renováveis e a biotecnologia azul, também como uma área de exposição e uma área também de partilha e de atração de investimento e, quem sabe, até de parcerias internacionais. Temos, assim, razões para acreditar que a aposta no mar e na economia azul é o caminho para a construção de um futuro sustentável e mais próprio. Por isso, agradeço este convite à APREN, desejando também um ótimo trabalho. O trabalho ainda não está terminado, vamos ter até ao final deste mês para concluir o relatório que estamos a aguardar com uma enorme expectativa. Tal é essa expectativa, estou certo, que está alargada também a todos aqueles que querem ser parceiros neste desafio do futuro que Portugal tem pela frente. Muito obrigado e bom trabalho.
Muito obrigado ao Sr. Secretário de Estado do Mar pelas suas palavras. Convido agora os debatentes para se juntarem aqui ao palco. Convido Ángel Fernandes, da Navantia Sea Energies, José Partida Solano, da Repsol, João Mendonça Santos, da Principal Power, e o moderador José Carlos Matos, do INEGI. Infelizmente não contamos com o Tiago Veiras da Vestas, que teve um imprevisto.
So this session is about floating offshore, a stepping stone for the Portuguese economy. Well, among the several issues that need to be addressed when we are talking about energy is an energy industry is the value chain associated to it. So talking about euros beyond the kilowatt hour or beyond the euro per kilowatt hour. And that's, as we've seen in the past, all of that is all the value chain is also an engine for the economy. So we're going to discuss, we're going to share exchange some views on that with this panel, which has the lucky coincidence of having participated in the project here in Portugal. They're all coincident, personally or by their companies, which was the wind float project. So it's a happy coincidence that these three gentlemen I have next to me were also part of that history. And I would start with this. A few days ago, it became public that a very experienced developer has halted a 1 gigawatt offshore wind farm in Norway because, well, he found no conditions, either regulatory or in the supply chain or whatever, but something has changed. So the first question that we need to address is, given all the large investments that are needed in the ports, in the supply chain, in the workforce development, etc., is Portugal ready for this? I will start with João, please.
Ready, straightforward, no, but then again, nobody is ready around the world. When you look at the supply chain capacity to build turbines, to build foundations, thinking out loud for this big ambition of Portugal to build 10 gigawatts, if you think of 15 megawatt units, this means fabricating 3 million tons of steel, or if you do concrete, about 30 million tons of reinforced concrete. So that's a lot. Numbers are very, very large, and the supply chain capacity just does not exist. The same for anchor chains, mooring chains and anchors, dynamic cables, you name it. But also on the other aspects, I mean, port infrastructure, marine assets available to serve all the value chain, as you mentioned, from construction all the way to operations and maintenance. There's not a single country that has all, and Portugal is no different to that than the rest of the world. So, but having said all that, that is a little bit focusing on the problem, whereas I think we should focus more on the solutions and see how we collectively, all stakeholders, overcome that. I think that's probably what we should look at.
Yeah, the previous panel talked about collaboration, right?
Yeah, that is key.
So please, Jose. Please.
Well, I have the same answer in terms of, well, quick answer, no, it's not ready, but has good fundamentals, yes, it has. Well, the first good news is that, well, the willingness of the government to be fully committed to meet those targets or this 10 gigawatt target that, and this Congress demonstrated that, with all the attendees from the government we will have. Also, the experience that Portugal has with the first floating project with semi-submersible floaters is something that the other countries doesn't have. So the authorities and all the parties involved in the project have lessons learned that can make the companies and the authorities to make to be better prepared to make the right steps to see the floating wind in a commercial scale a reality here in Portugal. So although Portugal has good fundamentals in terms of ports, it will need a large investment in those ports. We have seen some ports like Setúbal, Figueira da Foz, and Aveiro, but it will be needed, some upgrades to accommodate some foundation. Well, the number of foundation we will need to build a 500 megawatt project. And and about the targets, the 10 gigawatt targets, it's true that it's quite impossible and to meet, to have online by 2030 for a lot of reasons. First, the development and construction time of a project that is more than 7 years. Maybe the projects that are awarded this year with a CFD could be ready by 2030, we could be operating. Second, all the supply chain scarcity we have seen and problems in offshore wind, and I believe in floating will be even more because, you don't have supply chain, you have little supply chain, we can say. It's not at the level of bottom fixed one. And also grid demand, and also energy demand is not ready to receive those 10 gigawatts. But having said that, it can be awarded, right? And we can see all those projects during all, with different CODs and in operation between 2030 2035, and that will also help, the companies and the investor to justify those investments in supply chain and in ports.
Which is something more realistic, and I believe the Portuguese state itself has mentioned that in fact they want to have those 10 gigawatt, let's say, attributed rather than ready to operate, which it will be a huge challenge.
Yeah, I believe it helps companies like Navantia and PPI.
Yes. Angel, please.
Yeah. Okay. First of all, I'm going to use some notes because my English really is much better than my Portuguese, and I hope you can excuse for that. Okay. It's true that the projects in Portugal will be require a large investment in port infrastructures, also in the supply chain, in training of workers, but it's the same that in Spain or in any other countries. No? The target of the Portuguese government is very ambitious, and the projects not only be developing in Portugal, will be developed in many countries, in Europe, in USA, in Australia, and the biggest issue is the supply chain will be shared in some of these projects. The industrial capacity is not infinite, no? But to be honest, I believe that when the project starts, Portugal will be ready because Portugal has the experience in onshore wind, has a lot of manufacturing companies with skilled workforce, has of course the developers and the know-how. No? Has the know-how. For example, the ING, the Instituto Técnico de Lisboa, Quebec, but it's clear that the projects in Portugal will be need. I mean, imagine that that we assume that the turbine that to be used are 20 megawatts, and that we start to manufacturing in 2025. We are talking about 500 floating units to develop in 5 years. And if we take into account that the assembly of one unit, the equivalent area is like a football pitch, imagine we are talking about 8 units per month. No? It's impossible, to be honest.
Okay, so essentially we're not prepared, but no one is, right? But we're not also starting from scratch, right? So we still have a long way ahead of us, and the time step of this is crucial for a proper dimensioning.
I believe that if we start to prepare right now, we will have enough time. Right now, not tomorrow.
Right now, today.
Today.
Yesterday.
Today.
Okay, thank you. So the question is, so everybody agrees that offshore wind is one of the key renewable energy technologies. It will play an immense role, and there are some local characteristics, natural characteristics, wind resource, the seabed characteristics, water depths, etc., that can influence how competitive wind energy, offshore wind energy can be. But also, so we have no particular merit on that, that's nature, but on what we can do, we do need existing some infrastructure, the ports, the transmission networks, supply chains, etc., and that naturally has a role on the cost, on the competitiveness of the energy here in Portugal. So basically, again, going back to the supply chain. So bearing in mind, in the recent IEA report, it's from May this year, it's a very recent thing, it's a report called The State of Clean Technology Manufacturing in May 2023. And it basically said that it's going to be a very gap between supply and demand, and the industry is going to be very concentrated in Asia. Actually, the IEA says something like 60 to 70% of the manufacturing capacity is going to be located in China. So, are we in position to create an offshore wind cluster, whether just national, when I mean regional, I mean Iberia or even Europe? And I would start with José this time.
Okay. So I'm going to be like your neighbor in the north, no? Very Galician. It depends. It depends because, well, first of all, depends on when we are going to establish and how, no? How is going to be established floating wind in Galicia. So maybe I would say there will be, in Galicia, in Portugal, there will be three main things that could make Portugal as floating hub. First of all, as you say, not to cover or to mitigate the risk of having supply chain from Asia. Well, the European Union has, has some tools that can create local European Union content. You cannot create Portugal content, but yes, European Union. So with all the countries that in Europe that wants to establish floating wind, if it establishes this rule, I mean, Portugal could be in a position to be a hub, or like Iberia, no? For some reason that I will explain. When? So, as Angel said, the moment is now. Why? Because there are a lot of countries that have established floating targets in Europe, mainly, well, UK 5 gigawatt by 2030. They have awarded some gigawatt in last ScotWind round. Now more than 3-4 gigawatt in the electrification round that will be floating as well. Celtic Sea will be awarded this year or next year, that will be floating as well. Norway will auction 40 gigawatt by 2000 or 30 gigawatt by 2040. Some of them will be, or most of them will be floating. France the same. Spain has 3 gigawatt of floating targets. So I mean, the moment to create a supply chain is now, because you will be pioneer, no? You will be in a very good or very better position to supply those projects. And how? I mean, Portugal, in my opinion, cannot pretend not to establish a offshore wind turbine hub here, like for example, or facilities. It was established in the past, no, for onshore wind, no, because at the end it's a different business, a different scale. It's very developed in the north of Europe, mainly in Germany and Denmark. But there are other parts of the supply chain where Portugal can be a hub of floating. For example, floaters. There is not enough supply chain to deliver all the floating structures that will be built in the next 10-15 years. So I mean, there will be room for newcomers, especially here for concrete solutions, because the entry barriers are lower. So that is an example. Ports will be something that should be done here in Portugal, because you need, that is near from a project. What more? For example, operation. You need workforce and system that can operate here, and it's something that also can be done here in Portugal. Mooring system, you have companies that are specialized in mooring system, like Secor, and they can also, specialize in floating wind. So I mean, summarizing, can be a hub. Moment is now, and Portugal has to choose, the part of the supply chain where wants to be a champion.
If you could, please.
Okay. Of course, there is still time, but we have to start to work now. No? And now is today, feira, not tomorrow, quinta-feira. No? I believe that we have enough time if we work together, all together, because this is not a competition between countries. We must work together to establish a collaborative industrial model. This is the way that we start doing in Spain right now, sitting at the same table and the industrial companies, the logistic companies, the port authorities, all working together in the same table. No? I think that is the best way to get Portuguese projects to build in Portugal, at least as much as possible, no? As much as possible of the components and the assemblies. In addition, the cluster will strengthen by fortalecer, no? A industria portuguesa. It will boost national industry, creating a new qualified and quality jobs. In fact, new jobs, in my opinion.
Okay. João, please. Yes.
Yeah, well, I think first, you mentioned to the Asian epicenter of manufacturing versus Europe. I think we should embrace the European Green Deal and made in Europe. I think that's positive for us all. I mean, it needs to be, of course, aligned with all the financing. It needs to be profitable for all, but I guess other panels will discuss that. But in terms of having a cluster in Portugal, and yes, I think it's possible. We have call it the gemstone to be treated, and if we think Iberian even better, and regional and European, we have it all. We have here, if you think Portugal and Spain, we have technology design providers such as ourselves. We have builders of foundations. We have also manufacturers of turbines. We have major developers that are headquartered in either Portugal or Spain or a combination thereof. So we have all conditions to develop into an exporting cluster. We need to invest. We need to, for instance, all the port infrastructure exists but needs development. And again, collaboration is key. We need to, I agree very much with what Angel, so we need to start now together and also realize that no single party can do it all alone. Thinking first, we had this session on the ports, but thinking on the ports in Portugal, it's a bit unrealistic to think that each port is going to build, be a marshalling port for turbines, be a marshalling port for mooring components, do turbine integration. We have to basically spread the load in a way that we can all contribute and profit in the end.
Yeah. Okay, so from what I see, first we need to get focused on what we can do, right? And engage in collaborative models, local, as for example the ports, but also within clusters beyond our geography and looking to Iberia and tuning up with the industrial European strategy rather than going alone, right?
Yep. And if I may add, from a design perspective, this is important also, this message. We are talking to the whole supply chain because it's important. On one hand, we cannot just go out and put demands to the supply chain to make something happen. We need also to compromise. So every party needs to compromise. For us, it is important to understand what is possible, what are the constraints, and tailor and adjust to that.
Yep. Agree on that. So next question. So offshore wind generates economic benefits, it creates jobs, supports all the steps, manufacturing, construction, operation, etc. And a localized supply chain can add value to an economy by providing a range of components and services that are required for a project. So how can we produce or provide these necessary quantities and structures for the implementation of these projects? And I will start with you, and we have a view on that. José, please.
Well, I'm going to talk from a developer point of view. What do we need to invest? How we believe could also help for manufacturers. So first of all, what we need is to have, a regulatory framework, that for sure. And the areas totally identified with a clear, schedule with the project that will be awarded during next years and the volume as well. So that will help us companies, to make all the needed investments. Not only in bid preparation, but also in site studies or reinforcement of different infrastructure. And also what we will need is transparent regulation in terms of that all the companies can compete with the same rules without any kind of advantage. And as well, it was said in the first panel, it will be good to have a one-stop shop or window where you can accelerate the consenting process. In that way, we will be able to spend less money in development, but also to have the project faster ready to start construction. That at the same time will help the manufacturers.
So you're basically more concerned about the framework rather than the supply of materials and without any framework?
Framework, it will be needed also state support to do the kind of reinforcement you have to do in the ports and different infrastructure, that for sure will be needed as well.
Okay, got it. Angel, please.
Okay, as I said before, we have to work together in order to build in Portugal as much as possible of the Portuguese projects. No? To achieve this, of course, we need to establish a new port infrastructure, and we need to adapt the existing ones. And the manufacturing industry and the shipbuilding industry will also have to adapt their process and their products to the new requirements. For me, it is very important to implement in Portugal an ambitious training plan for new workers. But we need to start ASAP. No? And this is because we need to obtain a qualified labor market when the projects start here. If we have the opportunity to participate in the Portuguese projects, we will do the same that we are doing in Spain, no? With our new collaborative industrial model. And we also have two big, large yards in the north of Spain and in the south that devote only for renewable projects that will be available for collaborate if necessary. No?
Okay. João,
yes.
How can we do this?
Well, we have the ambition, right? We have our target. What we need is to
check
that target is translated into tangible market demand and into a long-term vision and planning. The thing is, I mean, we're talking about collaboration. It already exists, underlying, but for developers, for all the supply chain to make firm investments, they need that stability and that predictability to make it happen. You could use the opposite argument that they should invest to make it happen. I would say a little bit in between. So that is key, and that it also ties into what Jose mentioned about having a very clear regulatory regime for permitting, but also for the actual operations, because this also has an impact on the design of the whole wind farms of the units, etc. So we need to have this vision to make this happen, and then start now and start training. It's easy to identify the needs, and then we need to put money on the table and start moving.
Okay, so talking about money on the table, and I know the scope is different, but in the last onshore wind auctions that we had, tenders, the industrial component played a very important role in the evaluation process. And still today we have onshore wind technology plants operating and exporting, and that's naturally very good for our economy. But moving to wind, offshore wind, which is very different, do you think that the industrial component should be somehow incorporated in the auctions with the attributed power in separate auctions in a different scheme? What would be the evaluation what would that be contributing for the evaluation of the projects? What would be the criteria if you if you feel that it is a criteria? If yes or no, why? But if it is the criteria, if it is in fact something that should be taken into account, what would be the criteria? And I would start with Angel now, okay?
I say yes. Yes. I have no doubt that the criteria must take industrial capacity into account in some way. No? Getting the cheapest megawatt ratio sounds great, but if we don't have the industrial capacity to develop the projects, we haven't achieved anything. No? I am sure that there will be projects that in the future will have difficulties to find someone who has the industrial capacity and the skills to develop the projects. So in this moment, there are projects that are being planned now in concrete and not in steel. And I think that this is the reason. For example, as a consequence of this, Navantia Synergies has already signed industrial capacity reservation agreements up to 2032 because our clients want to secure the supply chain if they want the projects, no? the auctions.
Oof.
To 2026 up to 2032.
Yeah. How do you feel about this, Sean?
I think it's very important, and it's very much in line with the new European Commission Net Zero Industry Act. There's a big component on non-price criteria, so it ties in, and it makes sense. I think it is important that projects do not focus solely on price, and that there's this component of giving back and actually making the local or regional economy grow in a sustainable way. And this could mean investments, but this needs to be taken also long term. It's very difficult to judge just on the direct investment. We need to take it into account in a long-term manner, because these investments could be spread over time. I think that makes sense, and we should not forget that all these wind farms, it doesn't stop when they're installed and working. They have an operating life, and then they need to be decommissioned or repowered. And the supply chain needs, or part of it needs to somehow remain to service, to provide those services. So it is extremely important. And also for social acceptance of all these projects and the money that states put into it, it is important that the local communities see that component getting back to them. Yeah.
Yeah. That need for looking through the lifespan of all this is very important, because of what you said. You need to have a supply chain as well, but also when in 30 years or something wind turbines can start being replaced, all this manufacturing capacity is also going to be required. So well, we are talking about 10 gigawatt in 5 years. We can talk whatever we want in 2060, right? Or 50. Jose, please.
Sorry, I agree with, price should not be the only criteria for awarding. Should be also non-price criteria, not only industrialization, but also, for example, coexistence with fishing and environmental credibility plan, no, to make sure that the company that is bidding, have a credible plan, financial plan, and it's not a crazy bid. So regarding industrialization, how can be implemented? As I said before, our understanding is will not be easy, to impose local content with European Union regulation in projects that are incentivized, and in this case will be incentivized. But European Union level content, that could happen. So in that case, sectors or components where Portugal are already competitive or could be competitive, given that is near the projects, at the end will have lower transport costs. I mean, something that could benefit, and at the end could be like local content. But at the end, as I said also before, ports and workforce and so on during construction operation will be something that will be done locally, because you need a port that is near the project.
Right. So we're reaching the end of our session, but I would like to save 1 minute to hear 1 minute of you on this. So we've seen today that these early projects will naturally have higher costs, and Giles today showed us a graph saying that beyond 7 gigawatt prices, because of the size of the industry, prices will get lower. But what can we do to assure some competitiveness as we are now? Is it industry subsidize? How would you see that the offshore wind could get to these levels of competitiveness as if we already have 10 or 20 gigawatts operating? And I would start with you, as it's.
I think subsidies have this effect of de-risking or lowering financing costs, and that is important. It makes it much more competitive. Then I think one thing that we can do is already start implementing lessons learned from what we've done so far. And this is a major asset that Portugal and Spain have in this field. We have done these projects together, and we've learned quite a lot, and we can actually work towards making future wind farms much more cost competitive, much more cost efficient. We are actually doing that right now. Then in the long run, we'll reach a stage, hopefully, that cost level that you just mentioned, but that is far out. Yeah. This is what we can do right now, I believe. Yeah.
Jose, as a developer, are you...
So how we can get the same prices of bottom fix, basically? So, well, I mean, now we are still with pre-commercial project, right? 25, 50, 80. We will see first project, I don't know, maybe in South Korea, maybe here in Europe. First project of 500 megawatt or more. And I would say that would be a game changer where, I mean, you have a scale and you have a tariff more tight. You will develop the whole supply chain and we will see how prices will decrease within next years, as we have seen with bottom fix or we have seen with onshore wind and solar.
For reduce costs, as industrial company, in this moment we are using lean manufacturing tools for have the capability to build our components in a serial way and introduce technology. For example, we are working now and we use in the last project a robot for welding components with a very good solution. Is our way to reduce in this moment the cost in our projects.
I'm guessing that stressing the message that you said, that we have to start today to reach that milestone that Giles mentioned very quick, so that energy, so that offshore, particularly floating wind energy, can be competitive, right? So start today, not tomorrow. Thank you so much. Thank you, guys. I want to cheers for you guys. And our host.
Muito obrigado a todos. Vamos agora avançar para o último painel da Oceanic Renewables Summit, as estruturas de financiamento relevantes e possíveis para projetos eólicos offshore. Para este debate chama ao palco João Manceneto, CEO da Green Volt, Marianne Beck-Hassel, Market Manager Offshore Wind Iberia, da Ørsted, Rosa Maria Lopes, Country Manager Spain and Wind Europe, da Smart Energy, José Pinheiro, Country Manager Southern Europe, da Ocean Winds, e o Presidente da APREN, Pedro Amaral Jorge, para fazer a moderação.
Boa tarde a todos, uma vez mais, sejam bem-vindos a mais este painel. Iremos fazer o debate em inglês, tendo em conta que temos uma convidada em inglês. E vamos falar, finalmente, do dinheiro. So, without delays, we've been discussing a lot of the issues that are necessary conditions that need to be met in order for this offshore project to be launched. But what we're going to discuss now is the possible and relevant finance structures for the offshore floating wind. And what I will suggest is I will ask you a question, and the same question for the four of you, to take your vision on 3 to 4 minutes each. And the first question that I would like to ask you, and I will start with Marianne, for the offshore wind projects in Portugal to become a success, what do you consider to be the most important conditions, between 3 to 5, that need to be in place, and what are the most important factors which need to be addressed for the projects to reach the bankability stage? So, please.
There's a lot of factors. I think we need to get a lot more clear on the regulatory regime, on the grid planning, on sort of when these volumes are going to come online. But I think if I can focus on two things kind of in the context of financing and getting to bankability, I would say, first of all, visibility on the route to revenue. So this is about revenue stabilization. We've already talked a lot today in earlier panels about contracts for difference. I think moving forward with this, but not just sort of the agreement that this will be the model used, but also the structure of that, as was alluded to in the first panel today. I think the second part is around sort of ensuring that we have commercial scale in the project sizes and in the first tender. So at least lots of 500 megawatts and 1 to 2 gigawatts. So I think what we heard earlier was very encouraging. But equally as important is long-term visibility on when these 10 gigawatts are going to be tendered. We are standing in front of multi-billion euro projects, and it's not just the developers that need to finance, it's also the supply chain that needs to make investments in production capacity, it's also the ports that need to make investments in capacity. And you're not going to be able to make those investments unless if you have clarity on your route to revenue, on the regulatory regime, on all of these components that we've been discussing today.
Thank you. João Masneto. The same question for you.
Same question. So in first place, thank you very much for the invitation. I would say that one thing that sometimes we don't consider when you speak about bankability is that the quality of the project managers. I believe that it's critical to have good bankability, that the companies and the teams are people with experience, are people who knows the different technology. And this is fundamental. So I would suggest that as a precondition, and very important for the success of our Portuguese global project, is that there should be a pre-selection accurate, so that we are guaranteeing that those who win will have the expertise in terms of personal and technological knowledge. On top of that, of course, CFDs are clear. Let's not invent the wheel. CFDs are needed. So I would say that should be stressed from the beginning, that the projects be supported in CFDs, namely in a country like Portugal, in which you don't have so many corporate companies which can, with investment grade, which cannot be the counterparty. So let's not invent the wheel. The CFDs are the solution. A third one, very clear, we need to have from the beginning grid connection points perfectly established from the beginning. And this really must be considered as fundamental. And fourth, because not to enlarge the list, I would say that the government must commit with investments which are needed in the supply chain, namely in what concerns the port infrastructures.
Thank you, João. José Maria.
First of all, also thank you for inviting us to participate in this panel session. I agree with Marianne that one of the essential factors which need to be in place is is a clear and defined regulatory framework for the assignment of seabed rights, of grid connection, and of CFDs. So we have been discussing this morning, and we have heard about the different mainly two approaches. So having clarity about this is going to be essential. Also about the permitting process and how to have a certain control about the timing for the projects to reach RTB. We are coming from a situation in which for onshore solar, for onshore wind and solar, certain delays and continuous delays are becoming normal, and this we have to try to avoid this, especially taking into account that in floating offshore we are expecting much longer permitting times, and this has to be certainly controlled. Secondly, I would mention that the reliability about wind resource is going to be essential. We are today relying on a LNX study, which was a very comprehensive study done 5 years back, but with another technology. So I think that either revisiting this measurements study or report, or making new field measurements is going to be essential, depending on which is finally the approach for the assignment of seabed rights. And finally, I would also mention technology maturity. We have seen that today we have only 170 megawatt of floating platforms installed. So that the technology gets mature and gets bankable is going to be also essential for financing these projects.
Thank you, José Maria. Now you, José Pinheiro.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for the opportunity. So, whatever I say here now is a bit focused under the premise that we want to take off the offshore wind in Portugal, right? And offshore floating wind. So that is for me the way I always approach it. So to look at the project that is bankable or financeable, there are a bit more macro, the regulatory part of things. So first of all, we need to have the maritime spatial plan completely defined and agreed, so that there's no risk that we are imposing ourselves to other traditional sectors, etc., and that is somehow free of huge environmental burdens. So there's a risk there. So that needs to be sorted, and I think that we are going the right way in that sense. Everything that has to do with regulation needs to be perfectly allocated, so that one can see where is the risk lying with the developer, the government, and with the transmission. I think this was already said here many times. So perfectly clear who has the responsibility of what. Plus then still CFDs, of course, contracted revenues through the formats of CFDs it's the way. It's the key enabler, like my colleague said in the very first panel, and has been the trigger to actually offshore bottom fix to ramp up as an industry. So we need to replicate that for bottom fix, for floating. And then there are things that are more, that also need to be questions that whoever is setting the rules for the bidding strategy or the tender rules to come need to ask themselves, is the company or consortia that is presenting the proposal experienced? But did this before? Did they actually, but I mean, having developed, constructed, and operated this class of asset. What's the technology that is being used for, and namely the floating technology that is being used? Is it proven? Is it reliable? And many others, right? Like financial capabilities, of course, and technical capabilities of the teams. But I think this is if we really want to see turbines floating in the horizon in 2030, we need to focus on these specific aspects so that this can really take off.
Okay, thank you. So the four of you have common ground on some of the critical points
for bankability, such as regulatory framework, ownership of the transmission grid, CFDs to be allocated to reduce levelized cost of electricity. So my second question, and now I'll start with you, is what do you think is needed? And this is the same question for the four of you. What do you consider to be needed from a regulatory and binding terms and conditions perspective to achieve the lowest levelized cost of electricity, and so that we can actually be aggressive and have the lowest values, either one directional or two directional CFDs? We are all considering that it's going to be two directional. And what is needed from a regulatory point of view, and also from terms and conditions in terms of what will be the competitive bidding process for this to happen? And I can start with you.
Okay, so from a tender perspective, right?
Yes.
So I'm assuming that there will be tenders, right?
I'm calling it the competitive process, whatever it is.
The process needs to be a competitive process, definitely. It's a big risk to bet on open door and other a bit more dark systems that are going to put at risk, definitely, that the capacity is actually deployed, and that the country or the countries will actually meet the targets that they have committed to. It will be very bad for a country to be hanging there without the capacity delivered and having to explain that to the citizens and to Brussels. But in general, so very robust tender with pre-qualification, with the criteria that has to be pragmatic, as I said before. We need to be able to understand that very sophisticated tender mechanisms already exist in very mature markets. We are not there yet. We are far from that point yet. So, going to the essential parts too. Of course, there is a point in time that there is a price auction, but I think that the qualification and the qualitative criteria needs to be very simple: experience, proven technology, access to the technology. Of course, the full solution of a project that needs to be scrutinized, that is sound, and it makes sense, and it can be integrated and doable. So, in general, that's my take.
Thank you. Jose Maria, what do you think? So, from a regulatory and binding, and from the terms and conditions of the auction or a competitive process, whatever the system is, what do you think?
Well, I think that in order to achieve lowest LCOEs, as you were saying, Pedro, one part is for us, which is our, let's say, our competence as investor and project developer is to manage risk in a certain way. We can achieve lowest LCOE if we are able, as part of our work, to minimize the risk and that we are seeing the project. So as such, this is what we are going to do is to manage let's say what we see as a permitting risk until RTB. As I was saying, the technology maturity, the wind resource as to have it as controlled as possible, to assess and to study also not only the pre-development times but also the construction phase, and as we have been discussing in previous panels, also about the evacuation infrastructure and the availability in time for connecting and for commissioning the plant. On top of this, of course, having a predictable CapEx structure is going to be essential, and as such, to have the time to study each of the bidding zones and to assess the most adequate wind turbine platform technology for each of the zones is going to be has to be essential. And finally, the cost of capital is going to play also a determinant role in the LCOE.
João, from I'm rephrasing or repeating the question, but from a regulatory perspective and from the terms and conditions of what can be a competitive process, what do you think need to be there to reduce the levelized cost of electricity? Because we know that there is a ghost in Portugal regarding the previous onshore wind from 2005, and we have, let's say, learning curves showing, and it was shown today, that once we reach 7 giga or 9 giga of offshore systems deployment, we can reach at real prices levelized cost of electricity around 50, 60 euros per megawatt hour. It's just a forecast. But the point is what you consider from a regulatory perspective and from the terms and conditions of the competitive process that need to be there to reduce the value of the CFD.
First point, which perhaps the most important, is that let's not be too much in a hurry to install it very quickly. I remember that Portugal did not make a mistake that Spain did, was to increase dramatically the prices of the weight of solar when the prices were over 300 euros per megawatt. So I would say first phase should be rather not too small, but not too big. I would say to be prudent, not a hurry to be the first in the world. Let's take our own pace. And this is, as we believe, all of us, that there will be a learning curve. And the decrease in price, the first thing is not to be too ambitious in the short term. So let's do it gradually. And this clearly, if it's 10 gigas in 230 or in 235, clearly, we should not be obsessed with showing the result number one in the world. It's a waste of time. So this is the first measure. Second one has to do with which I agree, with reducing the risk. And the way of reducing the risk is having an allocation process of the separate between the seabed and the CFD. Why? Because in the first phase, there will be time and conditions to make a proper study of the conditions, and afterwards the CFD, which is what counts in terms of the electrical bill, should be later. Doing both things at the same time will be increasing the risk, increasing the cost of capital. In the end of the day, everybody will be losing. So, first is, let's do it gradually. Second, let's do it in two separate moments. And the third, it is obvious, is to enable competition. So I would say that it should be limited the number of positions that can be won by a single operator. So we should have several operators which enable competition. Without competition, it does not work. So these three conditions are the ones. So let's give time. Second, one seabed and afterwards CFD in different moments. And finally, competition.
Thank you, João. Marianne?
At
last but not least.
It's difficult to be the last one, but maybe I'll try to do a bit of a high-level zoom and try to recap. I think I really like this talk about risk, because I think what's important to understand is that ultimately what is going to drive your LCOE and what is going to be driving the ultimate strike price that the government will see is the risk and the ability to mitigate the risk. And I think when we talk about offshore wind, we can sort of talk about different risks. You can talk about technical risks, you can talk about market risks, you can talk about price risks. I think that when we talk about technical risks, this is a lot about floating offshore wind. And I mean, yes, it's a new foundation type, but there's also going to be a lot of things that are the same. And there's many developers in here that have experience, and I think as a sector, we're starting to get confident that we can really, if given the right scale and given the right signals from the government, we can really push on that LCOE. I think where we need help from the government is going to really be on the market risk. And to try to put this maybe in a financing context, you could say floating offshore wind, yeah, that's a struggle, but I mean, they're also doing floating wind in markets like the UK, where you already have the regime in place. When you're looking at investing in Portugal and investing in floating wind in Portugal, you're not just looking at the technical risks of a new technology, but you're also looking at the market risks. Mm-hmm. And that is all about sort of the clarity of the regime. It's about, do you have a route to revenue? And I think here it's about saying, well, what can the government do to be a good partner to the sector in enabling this build out, And that's the clarity of the framework. It's about making it very specific. It's about specifying, the grid, who will do what will be the grid connection points. But it's also things like, communicating milestones and keeping those milestones. That we can depend on when you say that the groups will bring out the report in May. I mean, I think it's really positive to see that milestone has been delivered on. Those are things that you look for as an investor. So giving that visibility and that long-term clarity, all of that helps mitigate risk. It helps reduce risk. It helps reduce uncertainties, and that helps reduce the cost of capital, and that will make your projects less expensive.
Well, thank you. I think we have a clear vision on what you consider to be the conditions to reduce the CFDs, and the reason why, just for the audience and for all of us to understand this, market prices in 2022 skyrocket on average in Iberia for 250, even 300, until we capped natural gas prices to reduce it. And at the time, in Portugal, we had an insurance, which was the wind with feed-in tariffs, or cap and floor, and that helped us a lot to reduce the costs of electricity. So our concern as an association is developers need to be able to make the project bankable, and that includes equity return, but you also need to make sure that the population and electricity consumers understand the value that they are paying. And of course, you need to keep in mind that we are going to have a full matrix of different technologies in our power system. So even if we have one that it's at the beginning slightly higher in terms of cost, when you do the average balance, it's going to be just not impacting that much the levelized cost of electricity of the average. But going for the third question, and we are on time, so we are not going to keep people from having the cocktail that they deserve. The third question, I'll start with you, João Monseneto. How should the seabed areas and grid connection capacity award be designed in order to have the most cost-effective investment structure in terms of the impact in reducing, again, the levelized cost of electricity?
As I referred before, I think for me it's a non-brainer. Let's see, if you try to do everything at the same time, bid for the lease bed plus the CFD, is completely exposing each developer to an incredible risk. And that means what? That in the end of the day, either the credit spread, the risk, is factored in the pricing, and you have very high CFD prices, or very clearly we may have situations in which those who win the project does not build it because they have negative surprises. For me, very, very clear. And I think we should not, again, invent the wheel. And I think we should believe, don't wait for the government to make the studies. I'm very clearly in favor of first phase, an auction for the seabed, in which money and the auction should not only be based on price criterion. I would say that a certain equilibrium between beauty context and price should be there. First should be that one, and later on, after the studies have been done, there will be CFDs in which the companies could participate. So, thinking that putting everything together will save time, I would say, very likely, they could save time in certain cases, they would kill projects in other cases. So for me, it's very clear, firstly, giving the monopoly a long-term agreement to have the leasing of the seabed, later on, CFDs. Nevertheless, in any case, the grid connection points should be given from the beginning, otherwise this would complicate.
Thank you, João. Marianne?
So I think it's, I think what you say is true in the sense that, I mean, and I think no matter what model you go for, if it's first seabed and then grid and CFD or all in one, it has to be properly designed. And you can say, if you have to go into a 3-in-1, which I think we believe would be the best option, you need to have sufficient information into that. Because I think, as one of our colleagues alluded to before, if you don't have good oversight on the risks, your ability to deliver the project, if you don't have an understanding of how you're going to get that revenue, I mean, ultimately that will translate into higher risk and higher prices. I think the challenge that we see with splitting it in two is that, you know, it doesn't really solve the problem, in the sense that if you have to bid for a lease, you'll still be asking yourself, well, what do I do with this lease bed? What do I do with the seabed? How do I bring that to market? So, you know, what grid connection points are going to be made available? What are going to be the grid upgrades that are going to be performed to be able to connect that project? And in addition to that, you know, what is also my route to market? So when will I get that CFD? So if you open a lease round, but you don't have visibility on when the CFD rounds will be, then that, you know, could discourage some people from participating. So I think, you know, I think you have to take the time that it takes to get it right, but I think separating it isn't necessarily going to end in the right result. So I think it's about being clear about, you know, what is the priorities of the government? Is it speed? Is it about, you know, exporting? Is it about, you know, is it about P2X? How does it fit in with the longer term vision and plans? I think that's really important to consider.
I'll go around and I'll come back to you. Your turn now,
So,
José Pinheiro.
It's a bit of a mix of what João said and Marianne, in my opinion, or in our opinion. Given the circumstances of Portugal and the technology where we are, and the fact that one needs to de-risk by studying thoroughly the area, it makes sense to stagger and decouple, let's say, first in a seabed auction and then a price auction. I tend to also agree that the kind of a beauty contest, but eventually we also with a component of price to show the. But for that, we also need to understand the route to market afterwards. So we clearly need to understand where the project will eventually interconnect, and that there's a strike price of X in the future to come, in 2 or 3 years' time. That will be a key enabler. It doesn't mean that in the future we cannot evolve to other more sophisticated, like I said in the beginning. Of course, it's the first one. It's clearly in the media that the government is looking at doing lots of studies that will be embedded in the future auctions. That's fine. Eventually that could be a bit more fast, because then you make available to a pre-qualified group that set of data that it would take at least 2 years for one to gather through numerous campaigns. So yes.
José María.
I also agree that we are of the opinion that first it should be decoupled, should be first seabed rights auction, and secondly going for a CFD auction, mainly taking into account your question of achieving the lowest LCOE. We think that really the way that we as developers are investing into engineering of a certain seabed, into doing field measurements, which are going to be critical in order to for the second bid to bid with the lowest potential LCOE, let's say to try to avoid overbidding. If you have invested and prepared adequately a seabed for the second auction, for the CFD auction, this is only possible if, of course, you have the security about the seabed allocation. And secondly, in our case, we are seeing also the possibility to let's say to dedicate part of this production, or we see there's a potential for hydrogen production. So we don't see necessarily that the whole 10 gigawatts should be dedicated for CFD, and perhaps the system should accommodate or have the flexibility to allocate a certain amount for a different scheme for green hydrogen production.
Thank you. João, you wanted to mention?
Just to clarify the following, that I strongly support the two phases, but the two phases would require that we announce what's happening afterwards. So we say, today is Lisbeth, in 3 years' time it will be available CFDs, voluntary, because I fully agree also that the CFDs should never be mandatory. Another thing, if you wait the Portuguese government to make the studies, when do we think realistically that the auctions will begin? This is the point. Let's each of us do what can be done efficiently. So this is something that the private sector must do. The government must define the rules and supervise. So I think that the private sector have the knowledge enough to make the studies, not leave that to the government. We should leave the government to do what must be done by the government.
Thank you. So I have a last question for the four of you. I'm going to start with José Maria, and then I'm going to do the turn on the other direction. We have been discussing here that offshore wind brings. We need to distinguish the bottom fixed from the floating, because from a technology point of view, they are on different stages, and there's no reason that floating will not follow the same trend in terms of the evolution curve as bottom fixed have, with all the problems that have occurred. And actually, today we know that there are ways to carve out from CFDs into PPAs with bottom fixed. I haven't seen it, maybe my mistake, that can be achieved initially with floating. So we might need the option of carve out to hydrogen or to PPAs or whatever, but initially, from what we understand, it's being basically CFDs that make floating systems for wind offshore bankable and feasible. So my last question, taking into account all of that, is what will be your financing strategy? Of course, you don't need to share it in detail, just the highlights. For offshore wind projects in Portugal, taking into account that can be bottom fixed, but the majority will be floating. And what are the preferred and more adequate structures from your point of view, specifically for the floating offshore wind? And I will start with you.
Well, it's a difficult question, for, especially for floating offshore, as we are still far away from for going for a financial close. But we anticipate first, let's say that we, in difference to what we have been doing in onshore or in solar, that we are not going to approach financing as a single company, but rather in a consortium. I think that this is going to be differential to what we have seen in the past. And secondly, we are expecting mostly much lower loan leverages than we have seen also in the past, due in a certain way to a bit higher risk perception due to the technology maturity, due to the project complexity, and so on. So these perhaps are two things that we are going to have to overcome. First is to approach as a consortium where each of the members is going to provide its key competencies on each of the areas which are critical, and second, we expect lower leverages.
José Pinheiro, so what are the preferred financing structures for floating offshore wind?
Well, at Ocean Winds is very well known that we go often in project finance our projects. This year we were, I think, two-thirds of the financial closures obtained this year were ours, with three projects in France and another one in Scotland. So that's our approach. But this is just the way we do things. There are others that do it differently from balance sheet. which comes to the point that I wanted just to mention. At the end of the day, you need to go and present a robust project to an investment committee. And the project needs to be sustained by a strong technical solution, by robust contracts of supply of goods and services with the right terms that are, at the end of the day, financiable, and that you have the teams that actually can cope to deliver because they are experienced to do so. In general, it's the same thing, right?
Yeah, but it's interesting. So you reached FIDs with project finance, pure non-recourse, and the credit committee accepted all the risks that you could mitigate there.
Because in these regions, you clearly see where the risks are allocated to, which is what we have been saying in the first question, right? Allocating the risks across the actors, developers, government, and transmission. Because investors are not risk adverse; they just want to know where's the risk, right? So as long as that is defined, then the project is financeable, right?
Marianne, I understand you have a different perspective, and we are very keen on hearing it.
Yeah, so Ørsted uses balance sheet financing. So as opposed to project financing where you go to the bank and you secure debt sort of against the future earnings of your project, we secure debt and equity at the corporate level. So the way that that ultimately works is that we as Ørsted, we select what we believe are the most value-creating projects across our portfolio, and we finance them by the balance sheet. So that's either via cash retained earnings or against sort of corporate equity and corporate debt. So issuing bonds and issuing stocks. So that's basically how it works. I think whether you're presenting to the Ørsted Investment Committee or to a bank, it's the same thing that you're looking for. You're looking for a secure revenue stream. You want to understand sort of, that you have a good handle on the costs, how are you actually going to procure for the project? And ultimately, we need to feel confident that we can deliver the project. So I think it's the same whether it's a bank or it's an investment committee. I think maybe an investment committee, we know the asset, in Ørsted we really know offshore wind, right? So we might be comfortable taking some risks that financiers not knowing that asset class might not, but I think it's ultimately, at the end of the day, the same things that you need to be able to bank a project.
Well, so I'm assuming that also inside a developer there is a struggle to show that the project is bankable, although it is done on a balance sheet approach.
Very much so. I'm not sure what I would prefer, our investment committee or a bank. We might be tougher.
João, please.
In our case, clearly, assuming that we'll go to the two-phase project, the first phase, which is the development of the seabed, that must be financed by equity. There's no other way of doing it, very clearly. The second phase for us, which are we are a small company which work in the consortium, we need to have a project finance with no recourse, knowing very well that the level of leverage will be lower than in a more sustainable technology. But for us, we have no choice.
That's an interesting point. So you think that comparing to bottom fixed, the leverage will be lower than...
You have put with more capital, yeah.
You need more equity?
Yes.
Than you need for a...
Because it's a less known technology. And you know that the risks of the offshore are higher, are bigger always than the onshore.
Okay, that's interesting. Well, we are finishing our panel. We completed the 4 questions in 40 minutes, so we are quite efficient. So a round of applause for our speakers and thanking them for their participation.